the biggest series of all.
Logically speaking.
Hello, everyone. Welcome. Sliding down a little bit here. A little bit bright. Alrighty. Happy Monday, everyone. We're hopefully starting the week off great with a Skyrim live stream. We just gifted a sub to a new follower who came in this past weekend and made some emotes for us. Shout out to Le Melon, or however she pronounces it, he, she. Joking about the name pronunciation when they first came on. Still don't really know how to say it for sure, but I do my best. So, sorry about the delay as well. Regarding today, had a lens crafter's appointment and their system was down, so we were doing everything. They had to do everything by hand and getting everything set up for me to have new glasses. So running behind because of that, but bright side, next week I will have glasses, which will be weird for me to think about. Or it's a weird thing for me to think about. Been a long time since I've worn glasses, so but I think it's the right call. Saves time not having contacts. So here we are. We are going to be hopping back into the Dragonborn DLC and picking up where we left off last week, which was just right after the first proper encounter with Mirak in his realm, and we're going to the Skull Village. So we'll have to see where it goes from there. I'm excited. Still, honestly, don't even really know, having not played the DLC ever before. This is my first time through, unlike just about everything else in Skyrim. So I'm really excited. And it's also one of the best storylines the game has, so today's going to be a good day in that regard. Also, before we do that, we have our discussion segment as normal, and after that we will have our review segment, as we always do. So stay tuned for that, and without further ado, let's get into Womp Womp. What's Womp Womp? Hello, Sentry, to our discussion segment for the day. Is something wrong? Can you not hear me? Just wait on that before we press forward. Is it excessive delay? No? Okay. I think we're good then. Alrighty. Well, so for today, really basing a lot of what I'm going to be talking about off of this video, so I want to give a shout out to them. Player 2 played every Elder Scrolls game ever. But we'll be having this video by Avarti on in the background while I talk. It just kind of goes through the whole timeline of the Elder Scrolls. Watch both these videos. Very much enjoy them both. Would definitely recommend checking them out. And after having played Skyrim for like the past 4 months now on stream, it is an interesting thing that we never really broke open the entirety of the franchise. But I'm glad we're doing it now. I'm glad we're doing it now towards the end, so we all kind of have a shared appreciation of, just one of the entries to the franchise. So, and the world more broadly. So, yeah, we're gonna break down essentially what makes the Elder Scrolls and what made it so, what makes it so appealing and what made the game franchise so successful. So, oh, okay, 7.5 seconds. That ain't too bad. It's supposed to be 3. Yeah. If it seems slow today, I apologize. A very long weekend. Great weekend, very long weekend. Which Century, how are you doing today? And I'll get to me when we get into the actual gameplay. But, as for the Elder Scrolls, just let this go.
With millions of players, epic protagonists, and pages of lore, The Elder Scrolls has cemented itself as a gaming staple. With The Elder Scrolls 6 looming on the horizon, let's prepare by recapping everything that's happened so far. The Elder Scrolls takes place on the...
Alrighty. Let me give us a little intro there to kind of set the stage of the franchise. Yeah, millions and millions of games sold. For reference, the game Oblivion, when it came out, within its first couple of days, it sold over 2 million copies. I don't remember all the exact numbers for the entire franchise, but it is massive. Perhaps legitimately the biggest video game franchise of all time. And there's very few people who, if they haven't played, who have not either played the game or at least know someone who's played it, had, an encounter with an element of the game, whether it be through a meme, some pop culture reference. Elder Scrolls has really cemented itself as one of the be-all, end-all franchises of gaming, up there with games like Mario, Halo, Call of Duty, that are the staples of the genre of game that they are. World of Warcraft, for example, World of Warcraft probably still the biggest game in gaming right now. And then I would say probably the most influential, the best company at the moment is probably going to be Nintendo, which is, for all that, the movie, the Super Mario Bros. Movie was really, really well done. They're acquiring their own movie studio. They're really starting to take the lead. But regardless, got you. Well, I'm glad you enjoyed the documentary at the very least. You seem very enthralled by it, and that's very good. It's great when it can do that for you, especially when it comes to history. It's a true story. Yeah, I want to watch. I think I'm gonna watch that movie this weekend. I'm really excited. Like, I still haven't gotten to see it. I'm really excited too. But yeah, so what makes the Elder Scrolls the Elder Scrolls? So I'm gonna kind of divvy it up between what makes the Elder Scrolls so successful and what makes it the Elder Scrolls. What makes it so successful is going to be 3 things. It's going to be ambition, it's going to be the modding community, and is going to be the freeform kind of RPG format. And then if I had to define, I would include all of those in a definition of Elder Scrolls. But furthermore, I would just surmise it as adventure, that type of game, which is, we think of games, that would technically still qualify, Halo, for example, as an adventure. We're solving a quest line, going to all these different places, but we really know that deep down that that's not quite the same thing we talk about when we think of like a true adventure. You think of Bilbo Baggins' quest or the stories of the Lord of the Rings, and what makes it different is that you don't always really know where you're going. You step out of that door into a massive world of unknowns, of question marks, and it's following more than just one linear quest. More than just the concerns of, one part of the world. But you're going to meet all sorts of different people along the way, develop, and become invested in all sorts of different stories and engage with them and play a role in them. And that's really what makes the Elder Scrolls, I would say, is an RPG. Which, starting with ambition, going back to the first ever Elder Scrolls game, Elder Scrolls Arena. It was basically just supposed to be like a fantasy version of Gladiator made into a video game. Like, you're in an arena and you're fighting through mobs. and the dev team just went so above and beyond out of genuine passion. And that's something else I think really defines Bethesda as a gaming studio, or at least had at the very beginning, is that they were as invested in this product as the people playing it were. They were true gamers themselves, and everything was so very well thought out as to, what kind of questions would someone ask themselves when they sat down and play this game, as to what they really wanted to do. And we think of today, we kind of take for granted this giant map of Tamriel, and someone who's just played a game like Skyrim, for example, would tend to, would think that maybe all the games that preceded the Elder Scrolls V would be one of each of the provinces. Well done to the god, I guess. Yeah, to God for the fact that this just came up right as I was saying it. Didn't plan it that way, but heck yeah. Useful reference. All these provinces were just built up over the course of the various games. The major elements of the franchise and the side. But no, this entire map was the first game, and you could go anywhere. In the first game, kind of the main story started in High Rock, but you could go to Skyrim. You can go to all the cities in Skyrim. You could go to Morrowind. You could go to Cyrodiil. It's called the Imperial Province back then. And then, if you go to Skyrim, a lot of the cities were named at least very similar. Like Falkreath was spelled with a C, I think, but it was still Falkreath. What's I thinking? Trying to keep an eye on what Sentry has been saying. William really did it for him because of the adventure of a mystical world, literally fighting demons from hell. Absolutely, it's truly an epic. As any really good game franchise story is. What qualifies as an epic? I think is a discussion topic, in and of itself. But you think of things like the Odyssey and the Iliad as a very different type of story than certain others. You think a lot of Shakespeare stories and more dramas, for example, because they kind of stay in one place and you get to know people that way. But the people really move the plot along. But in an adventure, it's really the person is more so acted upon by their environment. And in the sum total of the end, they are the ones who do the changing. But unlike a drama, it's not, oh, I feel like doing this, or I think I should do that. I like this person, I don't like that person, that drives that person along. It's more of a much broader objective and a change of scenery. The broader objective brings them from one location to the next, and that there's challenges along the way that require them to grow as an individual, or to be tested and to choose to stay the same in some areas. What classifies as an epic indeed. And another element of epics really is the fantasy. Think of even the Iliad and the Odyssey. You have all sorts of these mythical creatures that go above and beyond. Even then, really spawning the fantasy genre. The Avowed, I think, is a very good example of, because Avowed is just so boldly fantasy. There's so much, so much more color than even, a lot of the Elder Scrolls games. Magic is so intrinsic to the environment. In a weird way, it actually even looks a little bit more medieval in the sense that the color is everywhere. It's the vibe is very very alive. Everything spawns question, imbues one with an evinces a enthusiasm for life, essentially, which is really what adventure is, I guess. The drive to keep going forward and taking it one step at a time. But yeah, so ambition from the very top, they went all out making all of these. And again, that's just, it resonated with gamers so much, because when you sit down to game, there's an element of gaming that's, based on achievements. That's a part of the human experience. But the most fundamental part of the human experience is identity, how we change over time, the stories we interact with, the people we interact with, and how that forms us. And so when we sit down to a game, you think of, a Slayer game where you're just going through quest after quest after quest, versus something like the Elder Scrolls, where really the question is not, can you do this, can you complete this objective, but is how will you do this? who will you be when you if to do this? Where will you go? What do you want to do? You have so many opportunities to customize your character, so many opportunities to customize the journey you go on. And the journey you go on is entirely dependent upon your own motives. You have so much flexibility, so much freedom, and so much road to engage with too. And that's where the freeform comes into play. You know, you think of what's the game? No Man's Sky. You know, this extremely massive game with procedural generation. You know, you go to a new part or even Minecraft, a new area of the world, and it generates a whole new thing, and that creates a whole unique experience to explore and engage with. Bethesda did that with Arena, way back when in the 19 either 80s or 90s, I believe. They were one of the first people to do that. You would go to any part of the land of Tamriel. And so they were so enthusiastic from the very beginning about really giving this massive experience, and starting by the time they got to Daggerfall, and just so on and so forth since then. Morrowind, for example, was the first one where they gave an official kind of creators club. They put out something along with the game that would make it easier for modders. Beginning with Daggerfall, it adopted a massive modding community because people were so excited to have this open world where there was enough consistent that they could all, you could share your experience with your buddy. But there's so much diversity in that experience that you could truly craft your own story around you and around your own struggles. Play out the questions you have in your own life. Shop around different ideas and different ways of engaging with the world. And so you go through the history of the games. We think of, when we think of Elder Scrolls 5, we also think of like 5 games. So there's been plenty of spin-offs in between there. Between Daggerfall and Morrowind, for example, I believe they had 3 other games. Excuse me. They had 3 other games between there. They were all spin-offs. One was Battlespire, one was Dawnstar, and one... Or was it Dawnstar? Battlespire. One was I think one was Redguard. One was Redguard at the very least. Which we don't think about a lot. A lot of people talk about Hammerfell. It's just another location we've never been to before. Redguard was a thing. That's kind of where we really explored that. No, Arena was number 1. Arena was number 1. Then Daggerfall was number 2. Let's see. I can just go over to this other video here. See.
We're 200,000 square kilometers of land with over 15.
Yeah, we're in Daggerfall right now. All right, Battlespire, Redguard, which kind of no one ever heard of it because it came out at the same time as Ocarina of Time and got very much overshadowed. Okay, so I guess there really was only 2 games, unless I, missed one right in the middle here. Yeah, okay, so there's just 2. And then there was a bunch of mobile games as well. They had mobile games as early as Nokia. Nokia had mobile games. And they had mobile games on iPhone. They had ESO came between Oblivion and Skyrim. But as things went on, it's that freeform that really defined the kind of adventure you would go on. When you think of something like Legend of Zelda, for example, it's a lot more of a linear story. There's a lot more definition of who Link is and what you're capable of doing. Which on the one hand really helped that game become what it was. It's its own type of game, great in its own way. We're all sharing the experience of, what will Link do. And it does allow for a little bit of more like connection in that regard as well, because you're all playing as the same guy. But when you go to Elder Scrolls, it's an entirely different person every time you play. Your new character has their own identity, their own play style. a massive amount of different classes and different ability sets. And something that really started with Morrowind is this density as well, where all the characters started to have depth. They went from being just purely procedurally generated to they shrunk the map and instead went with creating that vastness by having all sorts of like dungeons, and they slid the slider where the slider originally was the vastness was all in the area, and they took a little bit from there, admittedly, but then they put that back into the people and into the individual locations themselves, without taking away a lot of that flexibility, because you can interact with those characters in very different ways. You have different dialogue options and different ways of finding your way through the dungeons that you enter. And so the diversity was still there, but especially that human element, the interaction with characters, got a lot more depth. And so you go with you think of peak Elder Scrolls, it's really like Morrowind. This trilogy becomes almost the Elder Scrolls trinity of Morrowind, Oblivion, and Skyrim are all massive hits. Where Morrowind really brought the game, Bethesda almost went bankrupt after Redgar flopped because of Ocarina of Time and because it came out, just right before Nvidia and modern PC graphics, a whole different type of system that immediately, just died like right after the game came out. So they really had to get a win, and Morrowind absolutely was for them. And then Oblivion, just everything that people loved about Morrowind. They saw. I was thinking about this the other day, kind of the inverse of what happened with Star Wars and how everything died off there. You think of the give and take when we had. There's two elements of maintaining a franchise. When you think of something like Star Wars, when you're making something new, people are going to look for certain elements that are familiar. Like a preservation of the core elements of a franchise, and kind of even, a good version of fan service. And then they're going to be looking for how you add, the creativity, the new kind of stories, the new kind of characters you bring in. Episode 7, 8, and 9 each got like one of those two things wrong. But even then, the Star Wars community hadn't died yet because they'd all been able to find something to unify around. Even maybe the story sucks, but the First Order still looks cool. They killed it. They did a horrible thing to the beloved characters, but still some. What was I thinking? Other than Episode 8, I guess. Episode 8 was just trash all around. But still some cool world building, still some cool potential. They developed the world in a way that people could still write new stories and kind of pretend, just use the elements that they still loved. It was still Star Wars. There were still stormtroopers, there were still rebels, and there were still Jedi, and so we could still live and play in that world and enjoy that world, even with as much injustice they had done to the other characters, because we could kind of just like pretend that didn't happen. As long as they weren't on screen. This era wasn't really the era of Luke Skywalker or anyone anyway, so just leave that be. And when you shows like Resistance, for example, when Dave Filoni gets a crack at it, can give some new life. The franchise wasn't dead yet. And then The Mandalorian proved what really needed to be proved, which is that Star Wars could actually make something, Disney could make something new in Star Wars that was enjoyable. It never been, it hadn't been done before. Mandalorian was new, was unique, but just like 7, 8, and 9 was still did a good job at maintaining that feel of Star Wars. And so everyone was really excited again for a long time. But then the inverse happened. Then everyone got fired up about, Kenobi and Boba Fett come out. And now, just after proving that they're able to make something new that's cool, they went and ruined the one thing they had kind of been getting right, if only half-heartedly from the beginning of Disney's acquisition, which is it's still kind of, Star Wars was still Star Wars. They shit all over Obi-Wan. They shit all over Boba Fett. And then there's a big question mark again. And so then you come, Mandalorian Season 3 as well kind of sets people back like, maybe they aren't learning, which is what everyone had hoped for Mandalorian Seasons 1 and 2. they got the impression of Disney, and then Acolyte comes out, and that just kills the brand entirely, because now it was their time to be able to show that they were able to learn in both regards. Like, people were able to give them the benefit of doubt. Like, okay, there's a learning curve to making new characters, and there's a learning curve to what kind of fan service we liked, and we're willing to give them the time on that. And then Acolyte, they're going to bring it all together. They went to this period of time that had kind of been this last bastion of hope in Star Wars. This period that hadn't been explored yet, the period that came before the prequels, things like KOTOR, SWOTOR, that era. They were going to make something entirely new, but it would still feel like Star Wars. It, have homages to what the community developed in the expanded universe for so long, now Legends, and they just absolutely fucked everything up. They destroyed the fans. It didn't feel like Star Wars. It wasn't written like Star Wars. The core elements of Star Wars were just torn out and raped. And then the new characters were nothing interesting either. It wasn't a good new story. It wasn't a good new characters. There's nothing redeemable about it. And then icing on the cake, the people who made the franchise came out and sold it to their audience. So totally destroyed the brand. Morrowind did the opposite. Bringing this all the way back to Elder Scrolls now. Morrowind did the opposite. Everyone has some concerns over those few swamps, Battlespire, Redguard. We're the developers at Bethesda really going to adapt to, see what, they had this period of testing, seeing what would work and what wouldn't. Or are they going to follow through and make a game out of, what was I thinking? Sorry, just Rip Stars remind me of Andor as well. Which Andor was another thing where, that's another way they proved that they're able to, that was maybe one of the best proofs of both, it was another Mandalorian type show. It was the same vibe, which also gave people a lot of hope for the franchise. But even though the new Andor is probably going to be as good as the season 1, I just don't know. They have to almost scrap everything to make the new Star Wars appeal, have an appeal. Jon Favreau they need to give Jon Favreau control of everything, and then they need to gut a massive amount of what they've already done. And then maybe they can get close to starting to rebuild Star Wars to what it was. They have the 50-year anniversary coming up. They could use that as an opportunity to relaunch the brand. I just don't know. I don't have faith that Disney's not going to drop the ball. They would need to, the 50th anniversary would have to see new movies. Would have to see something like Mando and Grogu going really well. Whole new ideas, like some of the stuff they actually announced that kind of sounded good, like a Red Squadron. They need to see stuff like that actually pay off, and people, make them well. They'd have to solve every problem they've had since Disney acquired Star Wars in 1 year. In that one window when everyone was willing to look back at Star Wars because of the anniversary, and I just don't think they're going to do it. Anywho, back to Elder Scrolls. Yeah, so they learned, they got better, and everyone fell back in love with the brand, and Oblivion was crusting the mountaintop. Everything that was good about Morrowind and more, and then it was in this bright, luscious environment. It was just so fun to play in. Let's try and find, where is Oblivion here? Still to this day, a lot of people's favorite, even above Skyrim. I would still, a lot of people still will stick with Skyrim because it probably has the best gameplay overall, but I don't know, man. Oblivion is just glorious, dude. You get into Skyrim, and this is really where they do the best of they do basically Dungeons and Dragons really, really well. Everything so far, in Bethesda has kind of been, especially the early days, even the combat worked on a dice roll system. You would try to hit someone, and the coding would roll an invisible dice to see if you hit. They changed that when they got to Morrowind, into the system we know and love today. But when they get to Skyrim, those two classic tropes everyone loves for very good reasons. Dragons are peak fantasy bad guys, and dungeons are, and talk about a discussion topic for another day, why those two things are so potent in fantasy. But they just did them so well, and that that made Skyrim what Skyrim was. In addition to really endearing quest lines, and we'll wrap it all up with going back to the ambition, the lore that they just poured so much time into. The fact that you can go into a game like Skyrim or Oblivion and like read actually like written books about the lore of the franchise, like that's insane. I feel like a lot of people don't. It's what has allowed there to be, in addition to all the modding, so many other videos that just come from like dissecting the lore of this giant franchise. They've created a whole world, with arguably the most flushed out lore almost of any franchise out there. Maybe something like Star Wars compares, but Star Wars wasn't all made by the same people. So you don't have that consistent through line of all being canon. Not even Lord of the Rings really has that, because a lot of the stuff that makes, for this expansive lore comes from things like the Silmarillion. And we piece it together through Tolkien's letters, but a lot of people haven't read or engaged with those things anywhere near as many as perhaps may have engaged with the early games. And part of that lore as well is a personal lore. You've played all of those games, and so you have your own headcanon of how those stories have went and what they mean to you. And that it sets it apart to be, this massive world of its own, where everything has meaning to you. And games like Elder Scrolls Online really capitalize upon that as well. Letting you go back and touch, put your feet on the ground in all of these locations that you've visited over the course of your entire life, and just really get into those stories and meet the characters that would later go on to set up the stories you know and love, interact with that world. So, cheers to the Elder Scrolls. I'm hopeful for Elder Scrolls 6. We'll see if they pull a Star Wars or see if they pull a Morrowind. And I'm hoping for the latter. Blah. Anyone have any idea why I feel so much like garbage? Is anyone else feeling that right now? I don't know if it's like... It's some element of the season changing, messing with my allergies. Another thing, speaking of allergies, is that like both my eyes have like pulps in the eyelids now from my allergies. Like, so I get irritation on the inside of my eye. And then I've also managed to, they told me today at the optometrist that I managed to scratch up my right eyeball from rubbing them so much. Massively congested, been doing so much flying recently, getting so little sleep. It affects tidal, it's not like mysticism to say the planets aligning affects stuff. That does. It affects tidal patterns and so on and so forth, just through gravity, and all that affects, the kind of stuff that's in the air, kind of pollen, so on and so forth. Daylight saving times has been another thing, absolutely. Yeah, I've also started working out since Lent, so everything's sore, my body's not used to that. I was only working out a couple of times a week before then, and now I'm doing it every day. And it hurts. God, health has been a problem. Yeah, I apologize, guys. I'm a little bit less upbeat than usual today. When all in all, things are going actually pretty great for me. I have to say, I'm very grateful. Today, I got to... The eye doctor was fun today. I've been really looking forward to that for a long time. Glasses are kind of a big identity thing for me, talking about identity and character customization. Kind of like my beard, how I feel, to me, it has a lot of personal attachment to me, because it's kind of been like a visual representation of different stages in my life. I feel like glasses are going to kind of be this one for me that, I guess kind of fittingly, my nerd arc, going back into being a geek, even to like I'm getting blue light lenses so I can wear them while I'm gaming and be better for my eyes. So kind of, this new age in my life, which, speaking of which, I forgot about these guys. My bad. So to say about that, one of my best friends over the weekend is becoming Catholic. and we went to his rite of initiation. And so the bishop was there, and he decided, so proud of him that push came to shove, he decided to go through with it, despite all the challenges, and just a beautiful thing to see as well. In the diocese that he's entering, there were 460, or like I think 480 plus people who were coming in who have no relationship to the faith at all, like no Christian background whatsoever, becoming Christian, specifically Catholic, and then another like 360 plus who are coming from other Christian denominations into the church, himself included. And so in addition to, getting to see just this massive, it's also, a building I'd never been in before. Really, we've talked about architecture a lot, really gave me, the vibes of, when architecture was done good. It was a beautiful building. But one of the cool things is that we had so many people, they couldn't fit them in the cathedral. So we had to use the public hall in downtown. So that was massive. Seeing all those people were massive. The bishop was blown away. And just like, it's such a surreal thing. Gibby pointed out to me as well when he was sitting next to me. He's like, it's so cool though when we play a game like Crusader Kings 3. Like, you see the bishop walk down the aisle. That's the same outfit, a bishop would have worn like 1,000 years ago. And just to be connected to the, this body of believers going so far back. And just, it was a beautiful service. He got blessed with holy water. A lot of the catechumens got to shake the bishop's hand. He's in the candidate category. Going up in morning mass, before we went out there, they did a special blessing at mass and prayer over all the people there. Getting blessed by a person who has been directly, had his hands had the laying on of hands going all the way back to Aaron. An incredible experience. So just such a wonderful thing. Had a few new faces come into this other special project that I'm sure will be announcing someday. Not ready to go public with that yet, but Century knows what it is. He's a part of that. We had 2 new people come in on that. I'm really excited about that. Name to be announced at a later date. All of that, keeping it tight-lipped for now. But really excited about it. And then I got to see a few guys from Boy Scouts that I hadn't seen since, in a couple of years maybe. At least a year. But, I see them like once a year since high school. Play a game like Catan. They used to play all the time with the boys back in the day. Go to a bar where, like, true adult style. Like, those buddies of mine are, they all live in the same area, so they're such regulars that, like, they can leave money on the counter, go to the bathroom, not say a word as to what they want, and the right drink will be out when they come back, and play pool. Cool to, it's a community thing. A bar is a tavern, and it's a part of community life, so that was cool. Go to a hockey game with Gibbon, kind of, of all things, it really felt like Downton Abbey vibes. Or maybe Gladiator vibes, because we got theater seats, so sitting up in this club seat, and able to, like, ring a digital bell to have people bring me food, and just be way up in the top. That was cool. That was fun. But yeah, it was a great weekend, so things are going great. I just feel totally scattered, inside, and maybe a little bit out, I don't know. Ugh, I'm even gonna take these off. Like, the restriction around my neck is a little bit much. I'll be able to hear it. So, you guys will be able to hear it. I'll be able to hear it. I'll put them back on later. All right. Let's go. I do want to do one other thing real quick. Hold up, Skyrim. Where is the mouse? Where is the mouse? That's weird. Aha. Alright.
You see that green light? That comes from the windstone, where my people work against their will. They must be freed soon.
Agreed. So we were traveling again with Freya. Interesting. I was kind of hoping she would have an idea of how to... there is, in fact, a reason we have rest days. Absolutely.
The village is just ahead. Storn has used his magic to raise a barrier around it, protecting the few of us left. That the barrier is still there is a good sign.
Absolutely. I didn't realize it popped us out so close. Wow. Yeah, we're right there. All right. That's such a cool visual too. Love the size of the buildings. It feels just so real, you know. But yeah, I was kind of expecting her to have some way of getting through the windstone, but apparently not yet. So that's the barrier. Sentry, I do apologize. I realized that I missed a few of the things when I was talking about glasses and stuff like that that you were saying in chat, but I will go back up to them in a little bit when we get a break.
Father,
Make sure you don't miss out on those.
there is yet hope.
What news do you bring?
This must be that beautiful Skyrim weather I've always heard
No,
about.
but I have brought someone who has seen things. He has confirmed that Mirak is indeed behind the suffering of our people.
I feared that it would be so.
But how is that possible? After all this time.
I fear there is too much we do not yet know.
Please, tell Storm what has happened.
I will.
So you have seen things, yes. My magic grows weak, and so does the barrier around our village. Time is short. Tell me what you know.
Excuse me, Serana.
Son, very good at this.
I may have to leave Serana behind soon to take Freya with us.
So you have seen things, yes.
Mirak is behind what's happening to your people.
How do you know this?
I read a book in his temple and went somewhere. Mirak was there.
The legends speak of that place. Terrible battles fought at the temple. The dragons burning it to the ground in rage. They speak also of something worse than dragons buried within. Difficult to imagine, but if true, it means what I feared has come to pass. Mirak was never truly gone, and now has returned. If you could go to this place and see him, are you like Mirak? Are you dragonborn?
Thank you for the follow. I am indeed Dragonborn.
Then perhaps you are connected with him. The old tales say that he too.
And so what does it mean if we're both Dragonborn at the same time, regarding the prophecy?
I am unsure. It may mean that you could save us, or it may mean that you could bring about our destruction. But our time here is running out. The few of us left free of control cannot protect ourselves for much longer. You must go to Saring's Watch. Learn there the word that Mirak learned long ago, and use that knowledge on the Windstone. You may be able to break the hold on our people there, and free them from control. I'll make a shelter.
Let's get indoors. Cave.
So can we take Freya with us?
If anyone can help us now, it is you.
And I did realize as well something about the mask we have. That my guess, based on the appearance, is that this is from a dragon priest who sided with Mirak in his rebellion against the dragons. And something interesting as well from what they were talking about there, and about something worse than the dragons being buried in the temple. And it's interesting because when you think of, you know, what's buried in the temple is a servant of Hermaeus Mora, who has all that power of that Daedra, but is also dragonborn, having powers derivative of Archae, of a bloodline established by one of the Aedra, so a deity. And it's interesting, it's weird to think of dragons as like these beings are the spawn of a good deity, an Aedra. But then you look at us, you know, they are instruments of providence, the dragons, in the Elder Scrolls world. You know, they have their own free will, though, and that's so many of them go bad, and are, you know, basically avatars of, you know, the passage of time, the cycle of life and death. And so you have people like like dragons, who are there to facilitate death and the turning of the page from one age to another, than the dragonborns, who are there to help keep people alive, and so on and so forth. But in this case, we have Mirak. You know, it's also not as cut and dry as that. You have good dragons and bad dragonborns. Mirak is here to, you know, has not only the power of dragons, but also Hermaeus Mora's backing, and the Elder Scrolls, the Aedra and Daedra are a lot more evenly matched than the, you know, good and bad in most IRL religions and most historical pantheons. Well, I guess some of the pantheons, you know, we think of Greeks and such, deities that were considered more on the evil side, may have been roughly as powerful as the others. But yeah, so it's interesting context to provide for the world we're going into. The Mirak is a very, very powerful being, and very, very dangerous one at that, which also testifies to, you know, the power of the dragons that the Nords overcame all the way back then. You know, they were able to beat Mirak, but the dragons were able to beat Mirak, as goated as he is and was. But the Nords were able to throw him off, and now we're here to finish the job. What was the last thing I was thinking of? Oh, and there's also the matter of the Allfather, which, you know, it's very much contested in lore. Unlike, you know, the Aedra and Daedra, we know exist. Like, we can talk to the Daedra. They are absolutely there. And it makes sense for the Aedra to be there because the Daedra testify to their existence. The Allmaker, however, you know, there's a big question mark, just like there is in real life, if there is one person who is responsible for even the creation of the Aedra and Daedra. And if he does exist, then the Skull are pleasing to him, and regardless of whether he exists or not in this world, it at least seems like he's going to get his way this time. Let's see about making that happen. So let's again talk to Freya, see if we can at least find out a little bit more. So, for a shaman, you fight pretty well. Who trained you?
It was Scarf the Giant, our former chieftain, who taught me the ways of battle. He was a great bear of a man, and a fearsome warrior. I used to be terrified of him when I was a little girl. I was a restless and angry child, and Scarf taught me swordplay, so that I could, as he used to say, put that
A wise man.
good use. He was a great man, and a good leader. I miss him dearly.
I wonder how he passed. Could have just been old age. And, if this is your father, is your mother here?
She died when I was very young.
Oh, I'm very
She was
sorry.
caught in a terrible snowstorm while returning home from gathering firewood. You must
Wow.
understand that for the Skal, life is a constant hardship. We take nothing for granted. We cannot afford to. Between the wolves, the weather, and the threats in the south, even a simple task like gathering wood for the fire can turn deadly in an instant.
And so what is it that keeps you guys pushing forward and committed to these lands? I have to say, I probably would do the same.
We are bound to this land, like a great pine with roots that run as deep as the tree is tall. I know it must seem strange to you, but for us, the thought of leaving our village is equally strange.
No, I
The land
absolutely get
and
it.
the skull are one. There is no other way to say it.
Houses become a home for a reason. You know, they become a part of us. They shape who we are, and we shape them, and develop these places over
Farewell,
time.
Simon.
And you know, when we leave that legacy. It reminds me of what we were just talking about with the Catholic Church. You know, it's everything that we have here may seem like just stuff to people, but and it's not that the stuff itself has value. You know, it's not a materialistic worldview. It's actually quite the opposite. Is that it's not the stuff; it's this stuff. You know, it's these logs, these buildings that were put together through the hardships of their ancestors, and all they put up with. And say what you will about the difficulties the skull have to go through. I think one thing that's already been starting to become clear, but may remain clear, if I'm correct in my guess, and what little I do know about the skull from lore videos and so on and so forth, is that they are pretty consistently very, very good people. You know, there's a lot less diverse than, for example, the mainland of Skyrim is, in terms of, you know, the kind of lifestyle the various Nords will undertake. The Skull are very committed, and the world that they're in pushes them to be that way, and to be very generous and friendly and welcoming, as they've already proven themselves to be. Now, I'm nervous to send Serana away, because I don't know. I don't know if I'm not getting the option to take Freya because I have a companion already, or if it's just like we're not that far on the quest yet. So I'm gonna send Serana away for a minute, and then talk to her, and if not, I'll try and take her back.
I'll meet you back at the castle.
If anyone comes
No,
to
I
this
can't
town,
take her yet. Okay.
Oh, what is it? Whenever you're ready.
Sounds good. Alright, so we head out to the Windstone. Yeah. It's not the very fact that they're so committed to this place and to their traditions and so on and so forth is exactly the inverse of materialism. It's not the materials, it is the belief that there are some things in life more valuable than comfort, than even being alive in some cases. Live in an environment that's a lot more hostile. Alright, so I have to go back up to this Windstone and use Bend Will Shout, which first I have to find the Bend Will Shout. He said something about where to find it, but I don't think I have it yet. When did I get this? Does anyone remember when I got the Ben Will Shout? Okay. Ooh. And this bends people's, you know, it... Okay. It definitely came recently, but it's just a matter of where. I wonder if the game just gave it to me now, but it didn't give it to me, you know. How did they pass that knowledge on? It certainly wasn't the way the Greybeards did. Okay, we just possessed it. Like, just intuitive knowledge. But when we level this up, that is when we're going back to those werebears. We'll stick a couple on the others. In the meantime... let's liberate these people from the stone. So we see where Mirak, or at least what Mirak, you know, a being Mirak is assigned to this place in order to, what was he thinking? Nothing went sideways. I didn't want to, you know, have it pass through him and hit one of our allies. There we go. Alright. But instead of just using his Bend Will, that's a combination of the Dragonborn Hermaeus Mora double team he's got going for him. Is that we have here, not only is he able to use Bend Will on the people and on the stone, but he's able to have one of Mora's Dramora, essentially. At least something along those lines. Come and possess the stone. Be bound to it. Now, we have liberated most of these Skull.
This is some dark.
It is absolutely dark magic.
Has to be.
Serana, do you have the ability to take literally anything? She's fixed. Hallelujah. Alright, well, let's start giving her some things that I don't want to have. Give her my full leather set. So I have my stealth set as a backup. And, you can hold on to that for now. Save the rest for when we get somewhere where I can put down roots and put them into a chest. Alrighty. By the way, I don't know. I'm interested as to why the dragon aspect, when it summons our aspect, the person is not in Dragonborn armor, but they're in Daedric armor. Maybe the souls of the blessed dead, those who go to the Aedric realms, can't be summoned back. I'm not sure, but we're able to, go to. Why can't I think of the name right now? You know what I'm talking about, the Nordic afterlife. Well, I suppose he's not particularly either an Aedra or a Daedra. The Hall of Score. Does it make sense later? Okay. Talk to Storm. It's frustrating me that I can't. Why can't I think of the name? Sovngarde. Got it.
You have prevailed. I can feel it.
Absolutely. Let's now we're inside. I actually have the ability to take a break from this mask.
The air is different. We are
Your
safe.
people are free.
So it is. You have proven yourself an ally to the Skull, and so the Skull shall be allies to you.
An honorable man, and I appreciate it very much. What do we do now?
If you have released the Windstone and broken the hold on my people, perhaps you can do the same for the rest of Solstein. I doubt it will fully stop whatever Mirak is doing, but it may slow his progress.
Oh. I guess that makes sense. I'm already trying to put the pieces together now, but, why is Dragon Aspect his shout? Because if it came from the dragon, do you think it'd be an Aedric? Maybe not. Is there anything more I can do to stop Mirak, more aggressively?
I cannot help with that. None here can. You will need the knowledge Mirak himself learned. You will need to learn more about this black book.
One step at a time it is. Tell me more about this book.
Nirak had this? This does not look like something of the dragon cult. It is a darkling, unnatural. I would have nothing to do with it. But the dark elf wizard, Neloth, he came to us some time ago, asking about black books. I believe he knows a great deal about them. Perhaps too much. Seek him out to the south. Be cautious, Dragonborn. There is something else at work here.
Indeed. Suppose the dragons as well could have developed something Daedric, given that many of them went bad. What do you know about these black books?
Our traditions do not speak of them, but they and Nirak are connected. He read a black book and saw him. And the book's power comes from the same dark source as that which corrupted the Windstone. But beware, you are now walking the same road as Nirak.
Wait, hold on. Say that again?
Our traditions do not speak of them, but they and Nirak are connected. You read a black book and saw him. And the book's power comes from the same dark source
As corrupted the Windstone. Okay, I thought you said made the Windstone, which is about to be a very different thing.
You are now walking the same road as
You know, perhaps connecting the Allmaker to Hermaeus Mora. And tell me a little bit more about the connection between Neloth and these black books.
He also is searching for them. In fact, he has
Okay, so he
already
has one.
found one.
That's good to know. That's
He
new.
showed it to me when he came here. It was very like the one you found in Nirak's temple. A thing of dark magic.
Okay.
Not of
So the Allmaker is definitely good aligned, at least from their perspective. So what happened? Who is this Allmaker?
You are an outsider, and I don't know if I can make you understand. I will try. The All-Maker is the maker of all things, and it is from the All-Maker that life flows like a great river. As all rivers must return to the sea, so all life returns in time to the All-Maker. I know our ways must seem strange to you, but the 9 gods of the Empire are equally strange to us.
Interesting question. Because I actually don't know how much the Daedra... You know, when I say they testify the existence of the Daedra, kind of just assume that we've picked that up along the way. You know, they talk about them, but I'm not sure they actually do talk about the divines. So is there one divine that people are seeing from 9 different perspectives? Kind of like, you know, in a lot of pagan traditions you think of partially come from a difficulty reconciling. For example, you know, hey, I'm doing well at sea, but my crops aren't growing. Like, if I've been pleasing to God, how are both these things true at the same time? Well, okay, maybe Poseidon likes me, but the god of Apollo doesn't. Apollo's not actually giving me enough sunshine for my crops to grow. Stuff like that, which monotheistic religions have to answer. Hold on, a few more questions for you.
So the dragons have returned.
And so,
The
what happened when I
sky,
shouted at the
the
Windstone?
power of the stone had been corrupted. It was the source of the influence that had taken control of the skull. Your shout broke whatever evil will controlled the stone, and restored its true nature as a conduit of the All-Maker's gifts. Freeing the other stones will diminish whatever dark influence is spreading across Solstein.
Right, and these other stones...
There are 6 sacred stones: wind, water, earth, beast, sun, and tree. Through them, the oneness of the land is maintained. Freya saw that the tree stone now stands imprisoned in Mirak's new temple. I doubt that you can free it until his power is broken. But you may be able to cleanse the other stones. Even if this does not stop Mirak, it surely will delay his return.
What is your role among the Skrull? You just the chieftain, or does it go deeper than that?
As shaman of Skull Village, I serve as both a guide and a healer, as well as a keeper of traditions. I also remind the Skull to live as one with nature, and to honor the will of the All-Maker, so that we will be worthy to join him in death.
Very interesting.
May darkness never
So there's it's not a question definitely answered by any of the games, and so even a lot of the theorizing channels out there on YouTube and in subreddits and so on and so forth haven't come to a definitive conclusion as to who we think the All-Maker is, if he even exists. Does it refer to RK maybe? Does it maybe refer to Score? Also known as Lorcan? Or is it something entirely different? And I feel like, at the very least, when you talk about all these different elements here, I think of it is very akin to both Native American religion and spirituality, as well as to people, even what Tolkien would write, which begs the question: are the Vala and are the Daedra, Aedra kind of a Vala, Melkor, kind of relationship, or is it, or if he exists, that could be it. Especially if someone like maybe Score was the All-Maker, would make more sense. But even I would say in the Elder Scrolls mythology, Score or Lorcan is not above the others as much as Errol Luvatar is in Lord of the Rings. But where this diverges from that is like Native American culture, is that those elements are just elements. They aren't, don't have a being assigned to them their own. Whereas even in Christianity, you'll have angels, assigned to different type, elements of life. And in Catholicism, saints as well, is kind of watching over these things, not being God themselves, but a unique individual through whom God has been pleased to allow to play a role in his creation. Kind of like he does with the same way he does with people in the real world. And so, it's an interesting question. Is the All-Maker someone above all of the Aedra and Daedra? Where does he come in? I'll have to see. I'll have to try and come to an opinion of my own by the end of this DLC. Okay, so I have the opportunity to take her with me. So this is where I am going to have to part myself from Serana. Which means I'm going to want to take the leather stuff back and give her a few other things I don't want with me right now. I'll let Freya wear the Nordic helm that I'm carrying around while I wear the mask. Leave those all with her. Having this now, I don't need this anymore, so you can take that back to base. That came from Ulfric, so take good care of that. And then apparel. Don't need this quite yet. I actually might want it later for when we fight Mirak. It kind of feels poetic, so I will hold on to that for now. Yeah, I'm still using that, so I don't need these yet. Unfortunately, I still don't have Nordic carved bracers yet. That's a shame. Alright, so hold on to all this. Anything else I can send back with her that I don't need right now? Stuff is all pretty cheap and sellable. Or I mean pretty light and sellable. You know, some books. Can't get rid of most of these. Alright, hold on guys 1 second. Yes, she is. Can you let her out, actually? Thank you. Sorry about that. Just had to let my family let the cat out. Alright.
This better not be all the things you just can't be bothered with.
It kinda is, but it's for a good reason this time, Serana. We're all here. We're all on the same team. Can you take any of these? No, I don't want to take those back. Alright. Spend enough time on this. I think it's the best we're going to be able to do. I think we should part ways.
I'll meet you at Darkfall Cave.
Alright, I'll meet you there. We make a good team. Why not join me for a while?
Join you? You mean leave the village to journey with you and fight at your side? Well, I'm flattered, but the village is my home. It's very rare for one of the Skal to leave, and I have responsibilities here.
I understand you have stuff to learn, your responsibilities to the village, but the most pressing concern for the village right now is Mirak, and you know these lands better than my own companion. And you can also learn much about your people and your ways and through personal experience, growing by being put to the test.
You're right. I suppose the others can get by without it for a while. Very well.
See how they interact with the
If you need
world.
help, seek me out here in the village. I will follow you, Skal friend, but I must return to the village afterward.
I understand. I don't know what my speech is, but it was good enough. So let's
For many years now, I have attended.
you trade
Very
some
well.
things with you. How good is Stalhrim? Actually better than Ebony, actually. That's interesting. That's cool. Good for her. She has 2 axes. That's cool. Seems to work well with what she's got for right now, so we'll hold on to her Ebony one. Let's give her that. There we go. Yeah, a proper full set. And give her that. I'm going to put this back on. And let her hold on to these for me. Alright. I think we're good to go. She has a couple Nordic arrows. She doesn't have a Nordic bow. Or no, she does. Okay. Oh, well, that's pretty good, too. How good is my glass bow? Okay, it is better.
I'll make her guide you.
See if there's anything else we can ask her before we
It's good
move
that our
on.
people are now free. We can attempt to restore balance to our home.
Absolutely. Well, let's head out. Let's make a stop here, actually, as well.
Maybe I'll make her protect us from whatever dark power took control of us all. Until next time.
See if we can't buy something.
Take a look.
No, no Stalhrim or anything. Oh, we can buy a Stalhrim helmet. Which is perhaps better than what we have. Extremely expensive, but I could technically afford it. I didn't mean to buy that. I was just looking. I must have dropped it. I have extreme archery? What am I going to do with this? I'm not... oh, man. It's not even as good as that. Well, it's a keepsake. Great, and I can't even give it away. Just take it. Just take it back. Bastard. You know what? I'm not even gonna let that happen. I hardly use this goal, but it's a matter of principle. It's a matter of principle that I face no consequences for my own actions. Look, I didn't mean to sell it, okay?
I came here to study the history of Stalhrim.
It's interesting this guy is not one of the skull.
I do
Scroll.
enjoy sharing stories of my travels in Tamriel with young Nicholas. Oh, no, most certainly not. I'm a historian. I'm here to learn about the history.
Ah, very noble,
Stalhrim is a fascinating
noble mission.
We know so little about its past. There are many mysteries that remain unsolved.
Endeavor was the word I was looking for there. What did you make of the stone structure everyone was building?
Yes, that was a most disturbing experience. But to answer your question, architecture was strange, almost otherworldly. Given that, and the considerable power it must have taken to affect our minds so completely, it would suggest the work of a powerful mage. Either that, or perhaps a Daedra. If so, then may the Nine protect us.
Alright, I was hoping this guy would have a little better, more insights. He seemed like a scholar. So, what makes you say Daedra?
Powerful and malevolent entities who make their home on the plane of oblivion. Some
Right.
of the more powerful men can exert their influence within our world. And when they do, men inevitably suffer.
Alright, thank you.
All right, then.
And when he says men, it actually does kind of mean men especially, because the elves are on a lot better terms with the Daedra. The elves kind of exist before the Daedra freaked out the fact that they realized some of their power was being drained by making the world. And the elves kind of remained faithful to them and didn't really take up as quickly as the rest did the reverence for the Daedra who stuck around. And still people like the Dark Elves, their pantheon, they mostly worship the Daedra. So Niloth, we have a quest we can return to him, and another quest, he's a part of this new quest. We know where a couple of the stones are. We know where the Earth Stone is. We know where the Sunstone is, and the Water Stone is up there. One place we haven't been yet. So I say we just go in a nice round circle. Go clear out the Beast Stone. Clear out the Sunstone. Talk to Niloth. Clear out the Earth Stone. And then work our way up to the Water Stone. Alright. Let's give ourselves kind of a period to walk up. Okay, just let me know if it persists. Thank you for letting me know. I love how much this expansion feels like Morrowind. Even the little thing, like the fact that I don't have a mount here. As there are no horses in Morrowind, fun fact. Other than you could eat them, but that was it. They may have had other kinds of mounts, but it's pretty much mostly, a lot of the early Elder Scrolls as well. Kind of place where you walk around on foot. Not really anyone here other than... I hear Reeklings. Oh, here we go. So, unfortunately, these guys are probably going to turn on me the second I free them. But it only seems just to give them a chance. Let's hope we don't regret it. No matter what, we won't. Hoping for the greater good. They turn on us, we'll just get stronger. Okay, they're properly fleeing. Oh, dragon aspect can only be used once per day. That's cool. Time to use my answer to every question. No, it's alright. I got Freya. I don't need a Durnavir. Look at us go. What a beast. And down he goes. Heck yeah. I'll give this to Freya next time we're there. Improve her one-handed. That one's cleared. Sunstone. That was Mirak we just saw on screen there. In the shadow of the mountain.
That world will cease to be. Here in his shrine.
I do like, you know, part of something just clicked for me. I don't know if I've ever really heard analyzed before, is the fact they have the destruction of the Red Mountain in here and the sundering of the Empire. You know, the theme of the game of Skyrim is this turning of a page. The fact that death is necessary for life, for a new life. And so you're seeing here, you know, both the death of Morrowind and the death of Oblivion. As much as a, you know, continuation of the good we did in those worlds, there's also, you know, some of what was beautiful and the fruit of our success in those ages comes undone in Skyrim. Alright, Mirak. Out you come. Like Sauron before you. Just for fun. Hey! Hey, leave him alone, big baby. Picking on the weaklings. Well, they were reavers, so I suppose I shouldn't mind too much. So this experience lets them reconsider their choice of lifestyle. Apparently not. That seems valuable. I kind of want that ring. Hold on. For using this sword that so heavily relies on stamina, absolutely. Another lurker? 2 more lurkers. Where'd these guys come from? It's a shame. They will never know what could have become of that reaver. No, they're on the, you know, in their new path. Freya's got him distracted. Back here, and I can double tap them thanks to. That lets me throw. I'm glad I'm faster than them because I need to regen some health. It'd be nice if Durnavir helped out. What's he doing over there? Durnavir. Durnavir. Is he like fighting the Reavers? What the? Uh-oh. Ah, ash spawn. Lovely. Well, let's try and kill them so we can free up Durnavir's help to take on the lurkers, because I don't like terribly how that fight was going. While Freya kind of keeps them occupied. Alright, come on, boys. There we go. Durnavir's getting involved in this one now. So is our bowman, who's actually able to take a lot of their hits. That's very impressive. Come on, come on. There we go. Well done, Durnavir. We got a little collateral on him. He'll survive, given that he's not alive. I wonder who this non-essential NPC, or this essential NPC is that's helping us out here. Oh, balls. Oops. My bad. Let's try and do this in a way in which Durnavir doesn't trigger the ash spawn. That'd be good. Why is this... Doesn't it autosave when you travel somewhere, not right before you travel? You know? Skyrim sometimes, guys. Skyrim sometimes. There we go. Let's preemptively summon him down there this time. Alright, let's get engaged. Hey, lurker. What's up? You watching my stream right now? Well done, friend. Okay, yep. We're just fighting these guys this time. Well, that was rude. No! I didn't notice she was there. Not again. This guy's immortal, so it's okay. Gross. On you, big bully. Down you go. Two down, one remains. Goop. Clash. Oh, look, lovely. Ash spawn still found their way here anyways. Make him come to me a little bit. Come on now.
I will not fall.
Just be able to, go forward, pull back, and goes to do his big attacks. Pretty formulaic. Not too hard to get once you're, when you're in a one-on-one fight. As I go and walk right into that. I just wanted to get around him. I couldn't really from the right because Freya was there, and then the left was the water that got in the way. Interesting, because she's a shaman, I guess she has healing spells. That's awesome. I like to make a complaint about the Ash spawn being able to... Oh! Reaver has not changed his ways, apparently. Got him. That one has, though. Well, yeah, the Ash spawn is able to shoot a fireball through the ocean. A little bit of a question mark there, but I guess when it's magic, it might not work like normal fire. There we go. Sun is clear. Now we're back with Naloth. Bringing him a moonstone like he asked, but also bringing some questions of our own. He was, when we got here, at the Earthstone. There clearly has some at least academic interest in what's going on here. But I'm not in combat.
What? I knew I heard something.
Someone's here? Ooh, where? Is that a... Oh! Well, alrighty then. We'll say I love... Oh, Durnavir got in the way of that. Yeah. Can you make up your mind, Durnavir? Where'd he go? Durnavir? Alright, there we go. I love having a weapon that I can do one-handed and ranged and melee damage with at the same time without having to constantly switch between them. Now, this dragon's definitely scarier than a normal one. Not as scary as he could be given that being a Nord I have natural frost resistance. Come on, big baby. Oh my goodness. Well, remember what I said about not scary? It's a good thing this is in a pity party stream this time.
I knew I heard something.
Let's try this again. We got off on the wrong foot. I do wish the thrown damage did a little bit more. No, he already killed one of our bowmen. I think I am gonna have to go the healing Ebony Axe combo. unfortunately. Sword just doesn't do enough damage for me to kill him by the time I need to heal again. And as I was talking about, you guys know my disdain for having to be switching around. There needs to be hotkeys for loadouts. Maybe there is, and I just don't know how to use them. Essentially, if you're still here, I'm definitely interested in going, by the way, to your graduation. That price should be doable. Like, I'll have time to save up for it this time. Was the price, is it the same as for driving, or is it the same as for getting to where you are now? That was epic. Look how much damage she did. Freya's just a beast, dude. Come on now. So it reminds me, I have to lift the chat up over top of the Shadow Legends thing. Now if there's no longer anything in the top left corner. It's almost down to half health. He's about to be coming down to us. Come on. There we go. Here is when it happens. Yep. He's got a strong bite. See what I mean? Mamma mia. Hey guys, Freya has her first dragon kill. Look at him go. Dang, that was epic. His eyes was one of the last things to go. Wait.
I grow ever stronger, dragon.
No. No way. He took the soul? That was mine. Son of a bitch. And we know that soul is not going to good use. At least I do them honor. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I guess we'll just have to take his. For now, though, the first step in accomplishing that task, evidently all the more, evidently, a noble one, is speaking to Master Naloth. Come on now.
Master, you promised to teach me a new conjuration spell.
That was before you ruined that staff. Fix the staff, and I'll teach you the spell.
Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. I'll fix it right away.
Excuse me.
See, Verona, I'm hungry.
No, I have not seen her.
Well, find her. Tell her I want apple cabbage stew with some canis root tea.
I am not your servant.
Obviously not, or you would have a cup of tea in your hands. I suppose you want to be asked nicely. Very well. Please, oh,
I insist, as a matter of fact.
please find find Verona. I shall be ever so grateful.
Very good. Now, I have a heartstone you asked for.
Excellent. I'll take it. Here, have some septums.
Now, on the matter of black books, see, I've done something for you, and I'm wondering if there's something else you could do for me in return. Heck, I'd be willing to even give the Heartstone Septums back for it.
You refer to the tomes of esoteric knowledge that old Hermaeus Mora has scattered throughout the world? Is this somehow connected to your search for Mira?
Hermaeus Mora. I found one, and I need to find more if I am to, as you say, find Mirac.
Found one? Yes. And you read it too, didn't you? Don't try to deny it. You've got the look. I can see it now. Dangerous knowledge is still knowledge and therefore useful. Usually turns out to be the most useful in my experience.
I have to know what Mirac knows if I want to stop him.
Now that is a dangerous path indeed. Hermaeus Mora gives nothing away for free. You may end up like Mirac, of course. Too power-mad Dragonborn. It could be very interesting.
Your concern is touching. Do you know where I could find another black book?
Oh yes. They're not hard to locate once you know how to look for them. I have one here that I've been using to locate more.
I see. So you have the black book with you.
Yes, I haven't been idle while this fascinating madness engulfed Stalhrim. But my book isn't what you're looking for. I'm quite sure it is unconnected with this Mirac. But I do know where to find a black book that can help you.
I see. So the book you have can help me find one connected with Mirac.
Yes, I do. I haven't been able to get it, though. But maybe together we can unlock the secrets the Dwemer left behind.
Dwemer. I see. And what do they have to do with this?
Forbidden knowledge was somewhat of a specialty of the dwarves. Eh?
Fair enough.
You don't think they would just leave it alone? It seems the ancient Dwemer discovered this book and took it to study. I found their reading room in the ruins of Nachardak. The book is there, but it's sealed in a protective case, which I wasn't able to open. But perhaps the two of us together will be able to get at the book. To Nachardak, then. Follow me.
Alrighty. Well, it seems we're going dungeon diving, guys. What do you know? Been here for a minute, and we're already back to Dungeons and Dragons.
No offense, but you're not looking so good. Feeling
Oh, I look ill. That's not good. Guys, maybe we've been watching too many memes. I have brain rot. Alrighty, let's take a potion to get rid of that. That is fantastic. A cure disease. Is it called potion to cure disease? Oh, it is. Oh, I accidentally just took something else. Grodd doesn't know what Grodd did. Grodd's scared. Sure, it's fine. What could go wrong? Children, adults, read what you consume. Supposed to follow him, but he doesn't appear to be outside. He was right at the door. Is he, like, mentally collecting himself? Does he just need a moment? I don't know. You know what? I could use a moment. Let's fix the chat issue. Boop. Alrighty. Oh, this guy was not indeed a central NPC. That's a shame. Even a Tel Mithrin key. I wonder who he was. Must have been a servant or an associate. It's quite sad. Well, in case Neloth ends up being more concerned with how interesting a two Dragonborn, Power Mad Dragonborn situation could be, then he is concerned with what dangers it could bring. Probably best to hold on to this for now. I do want to point out I kind of walked past in the interest of mentally collecting myself, but we passed Emperor Moss. So that was cool. Cool name. Fatigue is starting to hit. Interesting. May have been a fire pit of some kind. There's more dwarven innovation. Different types in this very harsh land. I wonder if there's any way I can get up to these things. Oh. Ah! Seems we're not alone here. Yeah, it might be valuables inside those things. Got me one to help clean up the others quicker. Sometimes Dornavir takes too long. Yeah. Save him for the more powerful baddies. Are you now? In your imagination, perhaps. What are you doing down there, friend? Oh no, but you can enjoy drowning. One who's decided to use frost magic against a Nord. Not perhaps as intelligent or imaginative as your friend. And you'll pay for that. Don't know what happened to the one I soul trapped. I forget what these guys are called. They're called, but they're the organization that the Dark Brotherhood blossomed out of. They have an armor set that this guy is using, but you can't actually find some actual members of it here in Solstheim. This guy certainly hits like he is. A little bit better than the rest. Their bows do a lot of damage. I have to wonder what kind of arrows they're using. Reaver Lord? It's like a Jeff Lord. Alright, well that one drowned. Or that or Freya killed him. Same with that guy. So now it's just us and this Lord. There's only one Lord, and I'm pretty sure he doesn't dress like that. Oop. Some Lord. Well, I said I wanted the gauntlets. I can even let Freya keep her helmet. It's a shame that Highwayman ended up in the water. Kinda have a fascination with what made his bow so powerful. See if we can't find some remnant of it. Him or the other one may do. Also wondering why the bodies don't float here. Ah, they do. They just float away sometimes. Because he just had a longbow, so what kind of arrows? Really? He must have just had really good stats. Good stance, good arrows. Well, let's throw these Nordic bracers on. I'm not gonna drop these steel plate gauntlets, honestly. Ooh, apologize for that, guys. We got a bot. Avoiding ban, but let's report him before we get rid of him, right? This would be at 1:57:00. Sentry isn't here quite to take care of him for us, I guess, but we will do so ourselves. Don't tolerate that bullshit, especially not when I have chat showing up on screen anymore. I'm showing up on screen now. I was able to make up... Oh, wow. They just have Nordic curved helmets laying around the place. Alright, Solstheim. Go hard. Let's see about these. I saw another... there are more Reavers going deeper ahead, but I want to check this out first. You got anything I can loot? Ah, that's a shame. Freya, don't try it. I have the high ground. I hope I do, anyways. That's what I was worried about. Not quite high enough, but I think it was technically higher than her, so. No worries, I took care of him. Let's make sure one of these guys gets the old traditional body treatment. Dragonborn burial. Oh, 1. Oh, 2. Oh, 3. Got a nice little bonk. I am... Oh, dear. I am so very glad none of them are stationed here. Yeah. That could have killed me. You know, even being the Dragonborn. Speaking of which, Freya, I'm interested as to what happens when this person over here comes and does this. So let's see if we can get them to do that.
Where did you come from?
Aww, Freya's gonna kill her before she gets here. Hey, Freya! She's really catching on well. That's good, sentry. See what? Oh, do both people have to step on a thing? Oh, no, it just... What is... Maybe both have to step on the pressure plate. I don't know. Because one lever seemed to fire one, but the other didn't. Trying to think of a scene from a movie that reminds me of, but where someone just like turns a corner and just has an aw shit moment. Or like, I should have been more careful. Even the Dragonborn has those. And if you're ever in an actual combat situation, a situation like the Dragonborn is, do things a lot more carefully than we do so here. This is a game. Life is not. Lack the required item, huh? Maybe that crossbow shot something down? Does Naloth have the item? He's not here. I sure hope none of the bodies had it. I guess I gotta go find out. Unless it's underwater somewhere. Those guys wouldn't have it. And we already looted the Lord. I haven't been this way yet. Or I have. Never mind. Where's the key? Where is it? Bah. It's gotta be a Naloth thing, but I don't know where he is. He's supposed to come with me. See if we go back, if he's there. Was it? There was one line of dialogue I kind of blanked on. Maybe it was him telling me I had to, like, ask him to come with me. Naloth? No, it seems he's already there. I made this mistake once. Let's not make it again. Where's Naloth? Rah! I'm feeling very Batman today. I think I see him down there. Nope. Not Naloth. Naloth? Wow. What a stunning view. the thing with these levers.
The Dwemer certainly knew how to build for the ages. These towers have outlasted their creators by many. The book is inside that dome. I'll
Nail off.
lock the door for us. Let's get on with it.
The Skal have always avoided ruins such as these. Nothing of the Allmaker is to be found within.
Yes, well, the drummer were notoriously antagonistic to anything divine. What can you tell me about Hermaeus Mora before we head in?
If you have to ask that, you'd probably be best leaving his books to wiser heads than yours.
I'm not asking who, I'm asking for detail that I might not have.
Appropriate for the Prince of Knowledge and Fate. Many scholars and lore masters have been ensnared by the lure of learning the secrets that only Hermaeus Mora possesses. But don't worry, I have no intention of joining them in that endless search through the infinite halls of Apocrypha.
And herein lies another theme of the Elder Scrolls V, which is fate. I don't know, it could be argued that knowledge covers all of the Elder Scrolls, but maybe this one in a special way too, because of how many of the Elder Scrolls we encounter. I haven't played the others enough to know if they're in it with as much in the games as they are in Skyrim. And tell me anything else you know about where we're headed.
The book is housed in the main dome. I sealed the door the last time I was here. As a
Okay, so you've been inside before, that's good.
and other meddlers.
And no one has been in there since then. And, were these black books created by Hermaeus Mora or by a follower of his?
Hermaeus Mora has always tried to seduce mortals into his service with the law of forbidden knowledge. Where the black books actually came from, no one really knows. Some appear to have been written far in the past. Others might be from the future. Apparently, time is more malleable if you're the Daedric
Fair
Prince of
enough.
Fate and Destiny. Shall we get on with it?
We should, if you can walk, buddy. Come on now. And this went all the way to your tower and back to get on with it, as you say.
The Dwemer of Nachardak appear to have been fond of these control pedestals. Luckily, I found a cube to operate it inside on my last visit. I sealed the door when I left to keep out ignorant meddlers. Let me unlock it.
Let's not stand right there.
The book is just in sight.
Well, let's go in together. Just to be safe. Right inside, you say? Oh, well, there it is. What's the plan?
So tantalizingly close. But trust me, no magic will open that. I'd have had the book already.
Even a dragon shell?
The dwarves must have feared this book to lock it away like this.
Oh, that is understandable.
No, we'll have to do this the hard way. If we can restore the steam supply to this room, I'm certain I can open it. As you'll see, that's easier said than done. This way to the boilers.
Now the next question is, does the steam like flip the pages as like a way of reading it without Hermaeus Mora touching you, or does it open up the book to be touched?
The last time I was here, I only explored a small part of the ruins. I was here alone then, and I found an assistant is absolutely essential for this kind of dirty, dangerous work.
Honestly, even do I. No one wants to do this kind of stuff alone.
Charnel, the city of 100 towns. In its day, it was the largest of the great Dwemer archives, and perhaps the most advanced. In the old stories, when the Nords came to conquer it, it said that Dwemer submerged the entire city beneath the sea until the invaders gave up. I have my doubts, but the city was a marvel of Dwemer engineering. Now reduced to this.
Amazing to think they built this so long ago. Still it survives.
As you can see, most of the lower levels of the city are flooded. But is it hopeless? The old Dwemer pumps still seem to work. Watch.
So you got giant crossbows here. What the heck could they be used for? They're facing inward.
Pumps only operate when a cube is in the pedestal. Unfortunately, they only have one cube. These 4 boilers provide steam to the room upstairs. They're shut down, but they still respond to the control cubes. So, if we can find 4 more cubes, we can turn these boilers back on and restore steam power to the room upstairs. Then I should be able to open the book's protective case. Bring that cube. We'll need it.
Alright. Wonder what this one does.
Yes, here we are. This device shows the location of 4 more cubes in this section of the city. It looks like most of the cubes were moved to the lower levels, perhaps to try to control the flooding before the city was abandoned. Interesting. That would suggest that the city must have originally sunk during the first cataclysm of Red Mountain. Or
Interesting.
that the Dwemer's servitors continued to try to preserve the city after their creator's disappearance.
Yes, I see what you mean. Either way, the flooding was an unintentional part of this sinking.
You should be able to unseal this door with the control.
Hello, 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 Kaylin. Welcome to the stream. Great to see you. And there's a Tim in chat? I must have missed something. Let's scroll up. When it comes to people, I will pause any story. Nice LEDs, thank you. Sorry I missed you. I was just so taken in by the story, but yeah, I appreciate that. Try to make the set as enjoyable as possible. I got a few special lights scattered around.
I hope the rest of the cubes are
Kaylin and Sentry are both regulars. You're a first-time viewer, so it's great to see you. Thank you for coming here.
It would be madness to go through there.
And I hope you're enjoying the experience. Now, did he say take the cube? Or leave it there for now? This opened the door, right? Okay, and once it's open, it's no longer needed. Got it. No worries. Sounds good, Kaylin. Thank you for stopping by. So, Tim, what do you like to watch? What do you like to play? Welcome to the club. Or at least, sort of. You know, honor we bestow upon those who follow. But nonetheless, we're happy to have you here.
in the city's days of glory. It was reputed to be able to assemble a complete automaton in a single day. Much of the Dwemer's army at the Battle of Red Mountain must have come from.
Wow.
It is rather impressive.
If I remember my history correctly, the first cataclysm that he was referring to earlier, cataclysm, came after the Battle of Red Mountain, which was a massive battle between the Dwemer and the Dunmer. The Dwemer wanted to use the Heart of Lorcan, the Heart of Skor.
I believe these pillars will activate the pumps for this room, assuming they still work.
Alrighty. As a means of making the brass god Numinia kind of a final testament to their resistance to divine power controlling their lives. They were going to make a deity of their own out of brass. They were going to use the Heart of Lorcan to power. And things went very wrong for them. Many suspect that the same experiment was a part of their disappearance. Now, doesn't this seem a little suspicious? I'm assuming that using the control pedestal will activate these. Let's see if we can't. No. Seems that this is going to be our only way of doing anything about them.
Now we can see if we can find a way to get that fixed.
Something's active. Just these guys down here. I wonder, because they use, souls trapped in stones to power these things. Speaking of such things, so that's why I can still use soul tire on them and have it make a difference. That's interesting. It seems that in some cases, the use of the cube is permanent, and in others, you can just put the, what was I thinking? Put the, cube, or take the cube out and put it in somewhere else and have there be no problem. It's clearly the latter. Maybe if I do this one. Maybe unsubmerges the same amount. I don't think there's one in this pedestal. No, oh, it's just a control switch though. Maybe it doesn't need a cube. Yeah, they must have been preparing for war if ebony arrows are on this thing.
Who's there?
One of them works. Come on now.
I thank you for your protection.
Got this beast. Say what you will about benevolent or malevolent. Given the fate of the Dwemer, I would say the deities are indeed quite powerful. Not to be trifled with so belligerently. Another pressure pad that does nothing. Wait, what? How? Where'd that thing come from? I just have the one cube. Did we find one up there? Feels like there's a lot of things I've been missing while we've been doing this. Might be about time for me to take a break and swallow some caffeine. Lock back in. It seems we have 2 cubes now. Just me or is the water rising again? No, I think it's just me. Once we get this new cube, I will take my usual break. Alright, this is based off of that. This is obviously not the right way, so we will go this way first. Clear out your back and then come back for the rest.
Where shall we journey? Very well.
This one I have a dwarven set, but I don't want to wear it. Oh no, this is... wait, no. I am indeed. You know, if you're going... you know, I feel like it's generally a good role. At least if the, you know, the closed off area that isn't essential is going to be behind you when you're going to place essential. You never want to leave that unchecked. Just always check your corners. Whew. Nordic mace. Still not quite as good as even my axe. Maces generally do more damage, but are slower. And Nordic is all worse than what we have. As cool as that looks, dude, that is just pure epicness. I love it. I love it. We'll leave it here though. I'm kind of the type where instead of, you know, using one particular set of armor, I like to mix and match because it feels more, sets me apart as the Dragonborn and not, you know, just a member of any of those particular groups. Though I will make exceptions from time to time.
Maybe through here.
Does this have a different meaning than I know? Because I don't know, I feel like you're referring to something, and I don't know what that is. Neloth, wasn't able to hear the whole thing because spiders, so I hope that wasn't too important. The only thing I'm really sad I cut him off is what he said when we came in this room. Sounded epic. Where I'll be stored when exactly? What kind of storage are we talking about, folks?
Let's see where this leads.
Ooh, okay. What's back there, I wonder? What happens if there's 2 cubes in this room? So we did pick up another one somewhere. We have 3 now. Yeah, some cube uses are button pushes and other cube uses are permanent. So what does this do?
With the water level this high, we can swim across the collapsed part.
Oh, well, I didn't mean to do so, but I'm glad that it worked out. What kind of storage are we talking about, folks? This is another situation where I want to learn from the past, and not just the Dwarven Ballista Ascension. Alright, tight. I am a little bit mildly concerned about that. Let's, thankfully, Neloth has some powerful ranged spells. And I clocked it. I don't know who got the last tick, because I didn't possess it. But why am I being stored in the attic? Am I Harry Potter now? I deliberately did not pick out glasses that looked like Harry Potter when I went to the lens crafters today. I did pick out glasses. I will have them in about a week. I think they said 10 days, so not the next Skyrim stream, but the one after. I will definitely be back with glasses. Maybe I'll beat Mirak with my new lenses.
Very good. By my count, we've found a total of 4 clues.
I have not yet. Come on, Neloth, try not to drown.
So we only need one more. What was it?
Another ballista. Well, hello there, friend. They're actually kind of cute. Not gonna lie. Ooh, they're pretty dang sturdy, but apparently very resistant.
I am sorry, but you left me with no choice.
Very vulnerable to magic. Which probably has something to do with the soul gem, which it is interesting. Not all of them, though they all have soul gems, not all of them have a soul in them. Maybe they don't quite run on souls. Alrighty. Well, now that we're back here, yeah, I have some idea of what these crossbows are going to be useful for, though again, I don't know what use the dwarves had of them. I will take my break after I've put the cubes in here, and we've revealed what lies beneath the great city of... How do you pronounce it? Chardark? He said it a million times, but I haven't been able to hear him well enough to know. Hopefully he'll say it again in a second.
You'll need to lower the water level before we can proceed any further.
Understood. Nelos is going for a swim. A little bit over enthusiastic. Wow. The dwarves have to be one of the coolest parts of the entire game. Oh! Well, hello there.
What's that?
Interesting. I resisted it enough that, you know, didn't get taken over. So I guess they don't operate Sun Souls. Pretty definitively. Neloth, shouldn't have gone off on your own. Who are you? Oh my goodness, Neloth! You have a ballista bolt in your face. You're a one-eyed wizard of House Telvanni now. Yeah, I don't know what this attic is, but if Kaylin and Gibbon can both agree on it, it must be something dangerous. Whoa, you gave me one right through the heart. Don't ask me how I survive these things. So you obviously want to go through that door, but just checking your corners, like we said. Go over here first, and also down here. Come on. Interesting. Let's hope we're not missing a lore downfaller here. Amulet of Debella. Interesting. I don't know why a dwarf would have that. Pleasure goddess. Not only is he breaking their normal religious standards in Dwemer culture, their religious norms, but in quite a naughty way. Wherever that chest was. Really valuable. Like to see it. Might be other stuff down here too. It seemed like the face cam in that desynced. It didn't. I just desynced. Come on. Come on now. Do it for Tim. No. Yeah. Oh, sorry, Tim. Alrighty. What do you have to say about this, Neloth? Anything?
We need to find enough control.
Okay, nothing yet. So that's a good place to stop for a second, guys. We're just going to take our normal half-stream break. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. We'll run an ad, and I will get some fire energy, clear my throat, so on and so forth, and we will be right back. Thank you guys so much for watching. Look forward to seeing you soon.
Want to see?
Alrighty, ladies and gentlemen, we are back. Thank you for your patience. Hope you all enjoy the break. Use it to get something tasty to eat, perhaps. Go to the bathroom, take care of yourself. I personally caught up on some tavern messages and drank some fiber energy, looked at the news. Had a good break. Feel refreshed, ready to hop back into the action. Might have to clear my throat a few more times as we go through here, but so far so good.
Looks like we'll need those bridges down in order to get the pump. The last hill will be somewhere in here. Hope it won't require more swimming around in this filth.
You should leave slogging around in the muck to us youngsters.
What a... She's just such a wonderful human being. Like, that was genuine what she said, and I would say the same thing.
We'll need to get all three of these bridges down in order to reach the pump control.
May have been a little bit of a slight at his attitude at age, but it's an honest statement, and honestly, it's something that shouldn't be expected of the elders. Leave it to us. But let's see what this control does up here after we open up this chest. Wow, okay. Instant unlock. So you can take these one at a time. What do they do? Okay, you want that to go down. And want that thing to be down as well. There we go.
I think you did it.
That's it. Don't touch
Indeed.
anything else.
Thank you,
Quickly
Freya.
now.
Appreciate the vote of confidence. Kind of wondering why he didn't go the same way we were. The time we spent figuring stuff out and trying to get a better perception of the land. Far from defenseless, but still be good of us to get up there and lend him a hand. Oh, there's another one here.
But you left me with no choice.
She even apologizes to the dwarves. I'm starting to wonder if she's Canadian. Not the booing of flags kind, that is. Canadians can at times be... They can absolutely be the opposite, but they can also, when at their worst, as every nation has their worst, be the epitome of the distinction between nice and kind.
I'm getting tired of waiting around in this muck. I have an idea. I'll wait here and retrieve this mule once you find the last one.
Fine. We will not have to listen to his complaint.
Oh, now, Freya. As we were saying, we just got done saying you're so nice. Give him some credit. I wouldn't say he's actually been that annoying at all. I've rather enjoyed traveling with Master Naloth. See, no. If that wasn't much fall damage, this won't be either. Nothing. Always check the other side of the waterfalls. Oh, it seems he gave us a cube that could be used. Wait, no he didn't. I was gonna say for these sorts of things, but apparently not. Yeah, how am I supposed to get the last cube without having that one? Do I have to use it to get through that door? I don't see any other way through this. Am I supposed to have one more cube than I have?
We need to find enough control cubes to keep the pumps running and to turn on all... I thought I made the boilers in the... We need a total of 5 cubes. One to operate the pump in the Great Hall,
So I did ask
the
the,
other
you know,
4 to activate the
are you
boilers.
sure we weren't missing something?
We still have cubes to find.
We do. Alright, let's, I guess, backtrack, see if we accidentally left one somewhere we didn't need to. Oh, well. I love the drummer. Really do. What's down this way? Okay. Not what we're worried about. Do with just one? Let's hope so. I didn't do that. We did alt. Yeah, it only goes up that high. Very good. Figured it out. Makes sense. You didn't need both in the other room, so. Now what? Ah. Onward. That probably activates these things on the left and right. Thankfully, Freya, a little bit smarter than your average companion, perhaps. Hope that turns them off. It doesn't. Very unpleasant. Is my curiosity a bad thing? Oh. Okay. That's good. Apparently not. Should have taken the cube and then stepped on it. This was real life. Or just not stepped on it at all. Oh dear.
Do you have the cube? Good, good. I'll take this cube and we
Can you wait a minute? He's gonna backstab me, isn't he? Unless, perhaps... Okay. So, taking that one out just undid what that one does. It doesn't. What was I thinking? Totally flood the room. It's not like cumulative. But I guess this one hasn't been taken out yet. Because he's not actually going to betray us. Or No, it was okay.
Waters rising
They just took it out now, I see.
pumps shut down. That was
There we
easier than
go.
I expected. Glad you were here to do all. With the cube I retrieved from the pumpkin pedestal, we should now have 5 cubes. Exactly what we need. Now we can finally see about getting those boilers started.
Now we will see.
Careful,
if
Frey. He
what
seems
you're
to have
talking
not
about.
taken too kindly to your comment earlier. About, what was I thinking? The whole business of him complaining. He pulled that out before she got there, so he had to swim a little bit. You know how we get through this door?
I picked up this cube. for you.
Okay. How do I have 3 cubes now?
Shall we get on with it?
Or is it just we don't go through that door? Okay, we just don't go through that. I have to wonder if we could have ever found a way through that door down there. Perhaps something we missed. The other one, I mean. Doesn't look like there's anything of interest, of note down there. I don't know what to say regarding the other one. I wonder. I think I just double tapped it, but let's see if I just one tap it. No. What about that guy? Still no. Okay. Maybe I would have done it if I had left. If I had done that before getting the other cube. I don't know. But off we go. See where he wants us to go. Oh. Hold up. Okay. I thought this part was submerged when I had all 4, but maybe it will be. Maybe I just gotta do this quick.
That seemed good enough. Good. It took longer than I hoped, but at least it's finally done.
Well, nearly finally. Oh, aren't you a little bit scarier than normal? Let's see how you do against the Blood Skull Blade. Honestly, probably not as scary as Freya. The blade, that is. Victorious again, indeed.
Upstairs and see if the reading room has steam. If so, should be a To release the book.
Very good. Join you soon. I think we have enough reason to believe at this point, at least for the most part, that he's not gonna take it and run. Ooh. I'm afraid I have some of this.
Very well.
Doubt she'll use it, but she can have that. Oh. No, I don't want you to have that. Ruins the look. I don't mind her having the complete look because she can't die. Give her that as well. Interesting. She's chosen to use it. I won't begrudge her. She may do less damage, but she'll stay up longer. And I trust her judgment. As to which will give us the greater bang for our buck. To the reading room. And somehow feel this to be a little bit more intense than the reading rainbow. Alrighty, well. Hit it, Doc. There we go.
I hope it was worth it. Please, be my guest. You deserve the first goal.
There's more credit than he gets.
Besides, it could be very dangerous.
Oh,
These
well,
books are known to
maybe
drive
not.
many people insane.
Well, I've done fine so far. Seems that being Dragonborn and all, I have a little bit more resistance to such
Please,
things
go right
than
ahead.
most.
I have plenty to occupy me for the moment. Oh, good. You're going to say hello to her mayor's Laura for me.
Yes, here we go. Well, see if we can't find him this time. Try not to end up in anywhere like we did last time that will accidentally send us back. This is awesome, guys. I love that everything here is like somewhat alive. Have to hit that, wait for it to come back. Careful of staying too close to the sides. Reminds me of the Watcher from Lord of the Rings. I do wonder if there's anything down there. I don't want to try it out though, unless it sends me back. Like that might. Hope it's not coming in my direction. Ooh, okay. Open chapter 2. Here we go. So far, so good, I'd say. Guess you have to find out if these pages do anything, which they apparently do not. If it would ever be possible to read these passages, you know? Here we have some baddies here. Let's see how powerful the Soul Cairn is. Alrighty. Works for me. Let's get the healing back up. Can't afford to get sent home this time. This should be a fairly simple matter. At least relatively. Packs quite the punch. They all do. Yeah. This is what I brought them for. Let's let them do the most of it. Take advantage of this guy while we have the wrath distracted. Alright, I think Durnavir can well finish off the rest. Yep. Everybody's as good as gone. Thank you, old friend. Disintegrated him. Probably opens that door. Don't know about all of it, but we will take it all. This should open that door. A little nervous to go somewhere Durnavir can't, honestly. How tough that fight was. Mora's realm is no joke. Apparently he's not quite so all-seeing. Perhaps they are. There's one attacking, there's two. Alright. Now if I recall correctly, Sparks was pretty good against these guys. What the heck? There we go. The allergies are acting up. Oh my. Sorry about that, y'all. Push through it. I do not recall correctly. Okay. What? Skyrim, no! Oh no. What just happened? This is bad, guys. Because I can't... Not only can I not see the game, I can't get OBS open. I can't do anything. If I go here, I can see myself. Hello. Hopefully that means it's still streaming. I'm checking Twitch on the phone at. Make sure I'm still visibly live. I am. So what? Okay, this works. Hey! Whoa! Okay. Hard. Can't really dodge and weave quite as well. Oh, there's 3 of them now. That's lovely. Just gotta stay mobile. The third one went. Oh, he was a summon, and that's what happened in the last round. Please send that to me. Honestly, don't know what to say about that, because on the one hand, I think there is an inheritor to the Templar Order. Even that's a little bit in dispute, but when the King of France got jealous of their power and kind of forced the Pope into disbanding them and persecuting them. Like once he disbanded them, the King of I don't think the Pope persecuted them himself. He just said the Templar Order was no longer officially sanctioned by the Church, but left a neutral stance, and then that allowed them to be back under the control of the kings, and the King of France and perhaps others as well start burning them at the stake. Portugal, however, said no, 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 and then they went there, but I think they took a different name. I'll have to check it out. I'll check it out during the review section. The metalwork looks solid. I might just get myself a sword or something. Before I hop in that green liquid, I really want to see what happens if I hop in this green liquid. Oh, just death.
What happened? What did you see?
Okay, it brought me back here. Let's reload the quick save. I just wanted to see what that would do. Mysterious green liquids are cool. Interesting. The font takes away magicka, but or it takes away life to give magicka. Ah, here's our way forward. Oh, that's not what I meant to do, but I guess. Oh no, he didn't spawn. Good. Invisible, huh? That's a cool trick. I got one of my own. It's called an ebony war axe. Never heard of it. Color what shocked you? No, that'd be me. That'd be me with the war axe. These guys, they ain't good enough for a war axe. Look at him. Think he knows what he's doing, that little head of his. What? 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 What from Gundam style? Hey, ugly baby. Oh, you hit hard. I have an idea though. Hear me out, lurker? Hear me out? I have a brilliant, brilliant idea. It's called no. How about you just know your way away? No. Oh my goodness. Can you please leave? Ow. Really? That did nothing? This means nothing to you? Leave that alone, why don't we? Ah, so far so good. Didn't quite go invisible quick enough, my dudes. I'm outie. The not fighting strat goes hard. Well, here we go. So,
All seekers of knowledge, come to me sooner or later.
and what do you want of me?
You
Mr. Mora?
have entered my realm. You have sought out the forbidden knowledge that only one other has obtained. You are dragonborn, like Mirak before you, a seeker of knowledge and power.
Yes, I am. I came here to learn Mirak's secrets.
All that he knows, he learned from me. I know what you want. To use your power as Dragonborn, to bend the world to your will. Here, then, is the knowledge you need, although you did not know you needed
The second word of power. Use it to bend the wills of mortals to your purpose. But this is not enough. Iraq knows the final word of power. Without that, you cannot hope to surpass him. Iraq served me well, and he was rewarded. I can grant you the same power as he wields.
And what would that be, Demon Prince?
Its price.
And what's in it for you?
He has served me long and well, but he grows restless under my guidance. His desire to return to your world will spread my influence more widely, but it will also set him free from my direct control. It may be time to replace him with a more loyal servant. One who still appreciates the gifts that I have to offer.
See. So, you're asking my soul for his.
Knowledge.
Perhaps not.
The Skull have withheld their secrets from me for many long years. The time has come for this knowledge to be added to my library.
Not only do I not know that I can trust him, I don't know what they'll say. If they say yes, good enough for me. If they say no, not quite. How do I know I can trust you?
My word is as true as fate, as inevitable as destiny. Bring me what I want, and I will give you what you seek. Send the Skull Shaman to me. He holds the secrets that will be mine.
You need to give me an opportunity to ask, what if I refuse? He's as all-knowing as he says. He should know well enough. Interesting. Flame, force, or frost? Flame's in the center and the biggest, and some we don't really have good use of yet. So let's see about that one. Okay, since I don't have all three words of power, I'm not going to take that one. As epic as that would be. I don't really think force can disintegrate. Also don't really have frost breath, so let's start with force. Well, I appreciate that. Again, if he's as all-knowing as he says, then he should know well enough that if it requires me doing something immoral to the Skull, I will not follow through with his demands. Which makes me wonder further if I can really trust him. Now perhaps he simply knows that they will willingly answer my question. We'll have to see. If not, we'll find another way out. Hey, Hales, good to see you.
What did you say? Different people have very different experiences when reading these books.
Yes, I talked to Hermaeus Mora.
You're still acting surprisingly sane, too. What did he have to say? He must have wanted something from you.
He wants the secrets of the skull, in exchange for teaching me the third word to the Bend Will shout. Which, speaking of him being all-knowing, he should know well enough to know that bending the world into my own image is not my mission.
What secrets could they have worth keeping from old Mora? Sounds like a bargain to me. Hermaeus Mora learned some fascinating new ways to skin a hawker, and you become the second most powerful dragonborn that ever lived.
You say that, but...
Well, that gives me a lot to think about. We need to get back to Talmith.
Very good.
I have some ideas about how to locate more of
Don't know why Freya dipped. Yes, he says that, but if the power of the Allmakers allowed the skull... Oh dear. I'm guessing Ben will too wouldn't work on this dragon quite yet, but we have other means of defeating him, such as dragon aspect. Yeah, if the Allmaker's powerful enough to keep Mora out, some serious questions for them. Oh dear. I'm actually gonna rethink this strategy. I might want to use something other than dragon aspect. Durnavir, since he can fly. Okay, no, we're gonna be able to get him down pretty quickly. He isn't even as strong as a frost dragon. Well done, Nayla. But yeah. I mean, not only is it not the right thing to do to force the skull, but I'd be a little bit more frightened of the Allmaker. At least when they're concerned. Where they're concerned. Yeah, Hales, how are you today? Something I learned today is that ESO is apparently older than Skyrim. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's right. I didn't know that. I feel like I got... I know for a fact I got ESO after Skyrim, and I thought it was newer at the time, but I guess not. Maybe I just got into... so much into Skyrim I was looking for a means to do multiplayer. And that's where I found it. I don't think I'm even going to need the aspect, boys. And girls. Dudes. Interchangeable for terms of phrase. Boys less so. Wait, what? Hold up. Hold up. He was as good as dead. Alright, well. I guess I deserve that. This time. Oh, I thought I had Durnavir equipped. My bad. Look how weak he is. Takes damage from this thing. Oh no. Oh no. What have I done? I'm just clumsy in all sorts of ways today. I can see how dudes became interchangeable, but I don't think I would qualify boys as such. I'm just not in my game today. But we're getting it done. His name is very close to Croesus, which as we know is basically just dragging for shit. And so far, this Mirak lever seems to be just that. Aw, didn't disintegrate him. Worth it! So we're really not going to get any souls while I'm here. You son of a bitch! I'm coming for you.
Whoever wanted to have one soul ripped out like that.
What might I do?
I grow ever stronger, Dragonborn.
If only you had chosen a different path. Would have thought I'd rather like to get to know him. Another thought that gives me is that if Mirak's been able to be around this long, admittedly he did have to do it with Daedra help. I wonder how long for the world the Dragonborn could be. I'm also wondering where Freya ended up. Like, why'd she just run away? I'm certainly not giving any of them over to Mirak.
Dior, you must be calm. I'm sure there's a good reason Baldur left us.
Something isn't right, Fenar. I feel it in my bones and I smell it in the air. Baldur wouldn't leave without telling someone.
Don't worry yourself over nothing, Dior. Do you want a head full of grey hairs before you've seen 40 winters?
It makes my heart heavy that you don't believe me, Fenar. Baldur could be in danger and you will do nothing. If you won't help me, then I'll ask the Allmaker to send someone else who can. I am in no mood.
Seems you have a problem.
One of the Skull has gone missing.
Perhaps I can help.
It is Baldur Ironshaper. As our only smith, Baldur is very important to the village.
I believe I've met him. Anything unusual at the time of his disappearance?
I do not remember Baldur acting strangely. Although now that you ask, I did see something in the woods on the day he disappeared. I saw two elves in the far distance dragging something behind them. Hunters often visit our land, so I thought little of it.
And where were they headed?
South and west. If your road takes you that way, perhaps you could search for any sign of Baldur. The Skull would be grateful.
Absolutely. No, there's a... do that one as well. So I can talk to these guys now. I'm gonna wait until I've done all the stones, though.
For many years now, I have attended to Storm, learning his ways.
I guess I can tell her for now. I've been told I need the secrets of the skull in order to defeat
You
Mirak.
must talk to Storm then. As shaman, he is the keeper of such lore. I have learned some of what he knows, but it is not my place to divulge anything to an outsider.
Yes, I figured as much. I'm just wondering if you could point me in the right direction, and you have, so thank you.
Good, although I do not think he will help you. These secrets are sacred to us.
This I also understand, and I will honor his request. We just need to find a different way.
I am sorry, but my duty is to my people right now.
And your duty can't involve helping me? I don't understand what they could need that's more important than not being subjected to mind control. Especially of just an assistant shaman. Perhaps she's helping keep Mirak's influence away. If so, we ought to get quite quickly about the matter of finishing up these stones. Alright. Start here and press onward. And I'll find Baldur along the way. The fact that he's dragged away by elves is very interesting. I have to wonder if they're enslaved to Mirak or if there's something else going on here. Alright, we're freeing some guards, so hopefully we have some people here who are willing to help us out. We've lost our only companion. Wish she wouldn't have decided to leave me until... or she would have let me know before I sent Serana all the way back to Skyrim. The lurkers don't seem as powerful here as they are in Mirac's realm. Let's get this guy off my back. Oh, that's not what I meant. No, it does not surprise me that I can't use that on him. Let's see how this works. He'll kill the dragon. Maybe he'll kill this guy. I wonder if disintegrate works like it does for other things, where there's like a random chance it'll do its thing without gone all the way. Alright, hate to do it to them, but I'm gonna have to lead them back, these guys back to the village. The other guards kind of left me hanging. Dodge and weave behind cover. And their ability to spit. You don't say. It's a little bit late for Durnavir, but perhaps Solitaire will be of use. Yeah, got some guards involved. You guys, I appreciate your help, but alright, there we go. Got some more people in here. They haven't even managed to kill one. Good stuff. I have to be very worried about collateral with this sword when I do a power attack. When I do it right up close, it can still go through them. What about the Templars? I missed your previous message. Oh, I was caught up with that. Oh, this is the smelter. I thought that was a body.
How's business today, fellas?
Haven't sold
Where did the other lurker end up?
It's going to be a long time before the mines.
Things will change for the better.
Thanks, Milori.
Oh, is it?
I suppose they don't entirely blame the other guards for running after their brain was just freed. And they immediately woke up to these guys, but they should have known better. You're impressed by them. Heck yeah, dude.
It gets lonely
That's awesome.
on this road. The mines are open and the
I'll have to... I will definitely have to look into them, especially given the project that I have in mind.
Thank you.
If only we had the Templars today, perhaps what was going on in Syria wouldn't be. I wish there was someone else I could find to bring as a companion. Can't help this guy out. Hello, Captain.
Thanks. I wasn't sure I'd make it off this farm alive. I wish I could have
I
said the
salute
same
you.
for my man
Man, I'm sorry.
Some of the Redoran Guard have taken to calling them Ashspawn. Me, I don't care what they're called. All I know is they're a danger to Raven Rock and they need to be stopped.
And what about that brought you to the farm?
I was going to search for clues that might lead me to wherever they're coming from. I know it isn't the best place to start, but we know they've been coming from this direction.
I'll be glad to lend you a hand.
Good. I can use all the help I can get. Besides, I don't feel comfortable leaving Raven Rock behind, and I'd hate to lose any more Redoran Guard.
Excellent. Where do I begin?
We were searching the farm when the Ashspawn ambushed us. Have a look around and see if you can turn up anything useful. Report back to me if you discover anything unusual.
Dang. Oh, now I'm even more mad she isn't here. The Pauldron armor looks so much cooler than the normal armor. In my opinion, shoulders make everything better. It wouldn't be right to take it from him, though. It'll tend to the body. But y'all know I love a good shoulder profile. I've talked about it on many occasions. Trauma root. Doesn't have anything to do with it. That's the only clue it gives us. A declaration of war? I wasn't expecting to find the answer on the bodies. I have 3 black books now. I wonder if I could reopen them. I'll check that out later. Raven Rock Stronghold. It calls for the unconditional surrender of forces and immediate cessation of all hostilities has been ignored numerous times. I wonder who this is. Someone associated with the Empire. Regarding a Fort Frostmoth. There will be no further communication. General Falx Carius. Garrison Commander Fort Frostmoth. I'm wondering if we're dealing with a ghost here. Trapped in time, perhaps from this fort there. It's possible this fort actually exists, but I've seen no sign of it thus far. I'm very curious. See what the captain has to say.
Have you found something?
Discover this note.
This is strange. The note says it's from General Falx Carius.
Dead, I'm guessing?
Possible. Well, Carius was the Imperial garrison commander at Fort Frostmoth, but he died over 200 years ago when the Red Mountain leveled the place. There's no way he could still be alive.
What would you like me to do?
General Carius is still alive. There must be something keeping him that way. I need you to head out to Fort Frostmoth and check it out. I'm going to head back to Raven Rock and prepare the men for further assaults.
Makes sense. Much as I would like to help.
This General Carius sounds out of his mind.
You men need to know a war is coming. Yes, I'm guessing this man left, or was like some of those ghosts we encountered right before we came here. Was raised without any knowledge of the fact that he was actually dead. And quite mad in this case, though. I don't know if he's the one who summoned the ash spawn, or if he, what was I thinking? If he, he's just been sending them out. Perhaps he's been convinced that they're Imperial soldiers. Probably has. For all we know, they could even be bodies of Imperial soldiers. A Reaver Lord and a Reaver Outlaw. Nothing we've invested yet, I don't think. Ah, sorry, Wrathman. Oh, great. You're summoned to help me. Seem as imaginative as your earlier friends. I'm gonna... Nerevar? Who is that? There's some things about Morrowind, but not all of them. He's a part of the new triumvirate. Come on. Alright, I'm gonna have to... We're back to this old strat. If only the Wrathman hadn't got collateral when we were spawning right in my way. My Mistman didn't last long. Amulets of Kinnereth. Have you been Nord slaying? Weaver scum. Alright. May very well have been. I wonder if this was Imperial Company. Just Empire Company, I mean. What on Wrathman? An Orcish arrow. Yep. See the helmet down there. East Empire Company. Oh wait, no. No, it's not. I'm assuming this isn't their ship, but I might be wrong. Maybe someone else's, or may have started as someone else's and then became theirs. Not particularly interested in the lusty Argonian maid. Skyrim's infamous smut novel. I do think this is a worthy side quest. I don't want to defeat Mirak only for the entire island to fall into the ash spawn. Whatever dark necromancy is keeping this man alive. Let's hope that's Sturdivere. Yep. Speaking of which, casualty. Hey, Jordan! It's been so long, brother. I was honestly thinking about reaching out to you on Discord. See, if something was up. What's up, man? Heck yeah. We're vibing. We're playing Skyrim right now. Partway through the Dragonborn quest line. On our way to fight someone raised from the dead who's been convinced of a falsehood. He thinks he's still living his old life. Yes, Deus Vult. We're reacting at the end of stream today to Sentry found a website regarding a Templar order. There's someone who claims to be like a continuation. And I know an organization that ended up in Portugal once the Templars were disbanded. Portugal is a nation that decided to get in a safe haven once they started to be persecuted. I just don't know if it's that one or not, but either way, I'm interested to see the weapons and stuff they've made. Pretty interesting, I would say. A discussion topic today at the top, nothing too spiritual though. Heck yeah, my dude. Seem to be the real deal as well, according to Sentry. Very nice, we'll have to see. But yeah, dude, I'm very glad that you're back. I'm sorry that you left. I didn't notice that you left the server. I was thinking of messaging even you straight up, but also wanted to respect your privacy. But I'm so glad you're back better than ever. And I know, we all go through these ups and downs. With my health, I would say more so than my actual faith. I'm kind of in a little bit of a down right now. Just an enthusiasm, but I have my pick-me-ups as well. I know Gibbon, the person who I'm often playing with here, he just had his rite of initiation into the Catholic Church this past weekend. Got to go get blessed by the bishop. But God bless you, dude. If there's we've been praying for you through the whole thing, and if there's anything we can ever do to help you, we're here for it. As far as I'm concerned, you're family now. A brother in Christ is closer than a brother by the flesh. Speaking of flesh, let's tear some up, guys. Alright, we got a couple of ash spawn. Not much here to give us an indication where this place was. I don't know if a noble got dragged up there. Heck yeah. If there's anything you want to share about the experience, I'm all here for it. If you'd like to keep it private, also all good on that. Just thought I'd be considerate to ask. So requiring you to say it of your own initiative, but of course, no worries if not. Let's see if I can't find my way in this place. We're almost to the reaction segment time. After this, I have this quest and this to do, and then I'm going to call it there. Ooh. Seems to have gone every direction other than the actual door. Got you. I get that. I'm sure the near passing of the Pope gives stuff to think of as well.
Prepare yourself for an ambush.
Wait, he's actually alive?
Fort Frostmoth will never fall. Long live the Empire!
I'd be sad to kill him. Our war with the Empire is over. Hopefully. But I suppose I don't know if they've worked out a peace deal yet or not. Either way, this guy's from an empire that predates the treaty we were rebelling against. I don't know what power is being held over him that he thinks these Ashspawn are Imperial men. To his credit, suppose he just sees them as, he could just see them as like raised from the dead, but I don't know. These Ashspawn pretty dang hard, gotta say. And Durnavir is not pulling his weight as much as I would have liked. Yeah, I am of the same opinion, Sentry. Yeah, my normal companion decided to ditch me here. Now work through this. So far so good. Check our corners. Who's up there? Ah, I can't go in that door. Check our corners. Logic would have suggested this anyway, so I just want to see what was up with that other door, why the quest marker was pointing here. Ouch. A trap of some kind? No. Oh, I don't know if they can climb a ladder. Hello there. Let's try and do what we can up here. While Durnavir is still potentially active. I wonder if they can get Fusrodad. God, I'm glad you're back at a TLM Parish, and yeah, man, I get that. That's awesome. It really is the way that, you know, God is an infinite being. And there will be infinitely more we can learn about him every day. And part of the journey is learning how to love him without knowing the whole person, as we have to do with our brothers and sisters. Sometimes that means there's going to be questions we can't answer as to what's going on in our life, and that's very hard. I'm absolutely familiar with that. Especially right now as my body tries to swallow me alive. But we surrender and we push through, and at the very least trust that God can use our sufferings to, in a mystical way and in a like materially obvious way, give back to those around us and grow us in the process. So I've been thinking a little bit about recently, a lot about suffering and unknowns because of the conversation I've been having with people in my own life who are having such struggles. It exists for a lot of reasons, you know. Penance, punishment, what was I thinking? For atonement, realize purpose, pride. All these can only really exist in a world with suffering, and all those are good reasons. This is something to hold on to no matter what's going on. It's like, hey, this is worth it. Even punishment, as hard as that one is to grasp, but I know when I was at Paris Island, I'm thinking of this recently because there's a prayer taken to doing recently that's about like past relationships and healing in them. And part of it is asked, like, you know, is praying, you know, who have I may have hurt in my past, and you know, how, you know, praying to make it up to them and reconcile with them, even if I may have forgotten about it. And something I went through when I was at Paris Island was the fact that, like, you know what? Maybe I should stop bitching, because I've been a bad boy, and God can use this to make, you know, help other people who I've hurt in my life. Heck yeah, dude. Praise be Jesus. That's awesome, man. God absolutely does stuff like that. And that's really cool. I'm so glad he did. And we all have to rely on that at some point in our life, you know. It's one of the ways in which God allows himself to become real for us, you know. More than just an idea, but an actual mystically, truly present being. Oh, it's so good to have you back. This is exactly what I envisioned with the franchise. Deep chats while in the midst of brutal combat. You know, we all hope and pray as well that someday the Eastern Orthodox and the Catholic Church can be reunited. Split is an absolute pity. Guys, I only have so much health, so if you could kindly die, I'd be greatly appreciated. I'm gonna back up and try and dodge their fireballs with shooting them. Amen, my dude. Heck yeah. Dreams are one of the oldest and most biblical ways God communicates to his people outside of, you know, overt revelation. Yeah, as useful as it'd be to level up right now, healing wise, I just don't feel like it's the right cinematic moment for it. Oh, come on, don't kill me, please, don't kill me, please. Don't let me pay for that. There's more ash spawn now? Would have been really nice if Freya had come with me. Heck, even as much as I get Captain Valoff not wanting to lose any more of his men, I wish he would have seen the bigger picture and realized the fact that I can help him take on 3 ash spawn. I mean, I'm guaranteed to be able to take on a fort all by myself. Spiders. Never a good sign. Oh, give me a second to collect myself after that fight. Alright. Keep pressing on. No! Come on. Master Lock, Master Picker. Ooh. I've been mostly a mace guy this playthrough, so I'm gonna do it. Anything I can get rid of here? As much as I love this thing and want to make sure I have it later, there's these things literally all over the island. So let me actually take all. So this chest resets as one usable to me. So honestly, I actually don't even need the axe. Let's take this. Let's actually keep that with us. Here we go. I don't know if that's the best idea, because it is a little slower, since I'm not like maxed out on stamina. Jumping flame spider. What? This is not what I signed up for. An albino spider. Okay, maybe I don't mind these guys as much. Maybe they aren't as bad as a crossbow spider. Flame cloaked spider. What a name. Anyone have any idea how you become a flame spoke? Whatever. You know what I mean? Ruby geode. Wow. Heartstones. No worries at all, Jorm. Enjoy it. Monster Hunt's a game I've yet to be able to play, but I'm looking forward to someday. I've heard nothing but good things. I respect the grind. And appreciate the lurk. I thought that was for sure the way forward. This is it. Yeah, we're still using one-handed, so... You almost spooked me. So, you know... Even though... we don't have enough stamina to... attack, what was I thinking? Attack with a heavy hit all the time? I could still, you know, use it with individual hits without being too concerned. No light hits, I mean. About the lack of speed. I am noticing a drastic difference in my ability to avoid these guys. We might have to go back to the axe after all later on, but... You know what, I should. You know why? Brand synergy. In addition to simply it being an option in, like a preset that Twitch has, like the double axes for when people follow the real, you know, the thing that pops up on the screen. The real reason I like it and chose it is because it's a callback to, oh, hello there, the design of the original Jack of Clubs card. He's holding an axe. I think 2 axes, if I remember correctly. Interesting. Some important books to read. Idari. Has to be a person. Oh, look, a flaming spider's on my screen. Alright, let's go. Did you get it done? Let's read this thing. Oh, he's crafting a hearthstone to the undead body of the general. So it was an attempt at necromancy. Someone who wants vengeance. A little bit of progress. He dismissed them. I wonder what kind of dismissal they got. The general bolted upright. So to wake him up, but he wasn't submissive. And he wasn't fully conscious. He went back. He took the heart out. Now he's tried again. He appears to have his own free will, and he's convinced he's a spy of the enemy. Managed to get it out again. And that's where that ends. Interesting. So this was a fort retired long ago. I wonder how so many people managed to die here. Or more, yeah, die while there are still people around to bury them. But I guess not everyone died when the volcano exploded. So we'll have to see how exactly he went forward. He said he thought about testing it on himself. And so far only seen the general. Alright, the good general is here. And he does a lot of damage. Alrighty. Let's start with that. And get ourselves a friend, why don't we? They're using fire, so let's conjure a frost atronach. I don't have enough magicka. I want to get between them and it, because as much as frost can put them out, their fire can melt him. And that's not going to give us the option. Well, that didn't work as intended. But you guys not coming any further? That can work for me, actually. No, let's not shoot the one in the front. Let's be the one that ends up being blocking them. Yep, like that. Alright, knock 3 of them back. No, dragon aspect. It is indeed time for that. Do wake up, General. What the? Excuse me? I was at next to full health. Where is this gonna set me back to? All the way back here? Oh, guys, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry to me, too. Should have quick saved these bastards. What was that? 1 second, they can only do a portion of my health. The next, I'm just totally destroyed. Alright. 3rd time's the charm. And this is quite disheartening in terms of getting the stream done anywhere near when I wanted to. I just have to call this one halfway through this. I'm not casting a spell right now. Oh my goodness, Skyrim. Get as high up here as we can, so that we can get some fall damage out of this. You gotta be kidding me. I guess we're just taking a break right here. It's gonna chill with these guys until Unrelenting Shot comes back. Where'd that guy go? Your sword or axe or whatever it is unpleasant. Thank you. So I already know the spiders are back there. Oh, I forgot these guys existed. We don't need the spiders. We don't need that chest either. Let's see what's in it. Reload it in something like this. It changes what loot is in the chest. Alright, for Tim. Don't think he's here anymore, but for Tim anyways. All the locks today, they're for Tim. Is there a button to crash out? Is there a crash out button? And it's just an ebony mess. Okay. But there are cheese wheels. That is my reward. Is that last time I failed to take into account the presence of the cheese wheels. Why are they so heavy? Alright. Got one more ash spawn up here. Alt F4. You know what? You're absolutely right. We're gonna make it through this. We're gonna make this through this. You've given me what I need. Come on, you big dumb idiot, die! Very good. What? His journal isn't here anymore. Wait, now there's the key. Huh? Hmm? Am I wrong? Did I pick it up without noticing? Does it move around? Is it because I didn't kill the spiders first? Can I? Oh. I did pick it up. I'm just dumb. Alright. Let's try this again. And level up as well. Let's do health. Oh, healing spells also restore stamina. Oh, heck yes. That. Save. Dragon aspect. This guy doesn't know what's gonna hit him. So Bobby, worth it, Bobby. I don't know who Bobby is, but it's gonna be worth it. Oh my god. Sentry, I charge you with clipping that. Literally at 422. Alright, this time we got it. Havachi. Supposed to be the general for a reason, but General Tullius didn't put up as much of a fight. I really would have thought that my dragon aspect got in here. There he is. And I can get some hits in while he distracts them. Dang, this thing is good. Apparently doesn't... My DP, my defense as much as I would have liked, perhaps. Even though he could still one-shot me, but it's certainly paid off. Oh my goodness, he gets one hit and I'm dead. damage-wise. I have to back up immediately. Wait, it comes back after you use it once? I mean, like, he... That's very good to know. Wait. There we go. That's an interesting quirk. If you're mid-shout and use Q, you can't shift shout. Like, it doesn't even show them as options. Not being able to shift makes sense, but I didn't know that it worked that particular way. Alright, so I just need to stay off the general when my guy's not there, because I can't even attack him quick enough to attack him and get out of there before he uses a big attack on me. Like that. Any of those would have been a death sentence. I've been healing. Where's my dragon aspect? Oh shoot, I'm trapped. Let me out! There my guy is, finally. Unfortunately, he's in between me and the ability to use my shout, but... So I can't really help him, but... We'll go through it. There we go. Alright, we'll just feast Rodal these guys. And when he comes back... We'll let him distract the general, and we'll take care of the rest. I'm guessing the Heartstone is what makes this guy so good. Maybe this built him different back then. Oh, you're there now. Yeah, that might actually be kind of the case. Not totally. I stagger him so much before he gets his own big hit in. I was wondering if I had to take a certain amount of damage for this guy. He's an ancient dragon. Perhaps he was at peace with the dragons in his time, and that's why he doesn't have dragonbone armor. They're an undead to make it to armor. That's how he does it. Alright, let's go back to that chest. Drop some stuff off because this is epic. Let's just find our way through the ash spawn because I don't want to go down and back up. Would have been cool if he had like a different type of Imperial armor, you know? One from like a Morrowind era. Or even Oblivion. Wow. This may legitimately be better than the Blood Skull Blade. It definitely is by pure stat wise, but it's not as fast. There's a 50% chance it does an extra 39, where the other one always does an extra 30. Okay, so not quite as good, actually. Let's see if we can't find this necromancer somewhere. Store that there. Alright, that was all worth it. That was really cool. But yeah, if that guy was still up and about, I also... Or perhaps this dead body over here is that of the said necromancer. It seems most of the Imperials who died in the Calamity were entombed. Unless they're all entombed before that. It would be odd their bodies weren't sent back to their families if that was the case. See no further entries, so perhaps it's simply the case that that guy perished. He tried to do one more experiment with the Heartstone, and it didn't pay off. You know, there is one thing we haven't found yet, which is how we get to that roof. Ooh. Yes. And yes. Especially given the fact that our restoration spells now increase stamina, which is going to be so goated. That skeleton wasn't entombed either. That definitely doesn't seem like an explorer or anything. Let's report back. I'll have to come back for that cudgel at some point.
You think you have it? Try walking the ball.
I love a good bulwark.
You got a good thing going here now that you've reopened the mines. Don't let it go.
What news do you bring from Fort Frostmoth?
I killed General Carius.
I had my suspicions that he was undead. How else could he have survived for over 200 years? It's a shame. There are quite a few tales of General Carius's exploits, including the founding of Raven Rock.
Well, at least he'll no longer be sending ash spawn.
Councillor Morvain told me to give this to you if you made it back in one piece. And you got rid of General Carius. Better than a soldier's pay, so you should be thankful.
Wow. That's a lot of gold. Do you need anything from me?
I'm sorry to bother you, but Second Councillor Rano asked me to come find you. He
Oh.
said it's quite urgent.
What would it be
All he
about?
wanted me to do is track you down and send you to him. Look, this is important. Even more important than wiping out the ash spawn. Please, go speak to the Second Councillor as soon as possible.
Thank you for coming. After everything you've already done for Ravenrock, I hate to ask for more. But I can't risk Councillor...
That is pretty serious. He's in danger?
After everything you've already done for Raven, the Ulan family of House Lalu, a rival great house...
That does not seem good for business.
private matter. Let's just say they seek revenge for the execution
see.
of one of their own.
Bloody
ordered by
politics.
Councillor Morvain himself. The problem is I don't have any solid proof that anyone from House Lalu is hidden among us. Only my suspicions.
I see. It could be anyone. Raven Rocks already has a lot of concerns at the moment. Perhaps we should step in to stop this cycle of violence as well. And given the notoriety of Dunmer's stealth, concern seems justified.
But it certainly isn't appreciated. Councillor Morvain simply feels that I'm being paranoid. I'm afraid that one day I'll awaken and discover him dead. I don't want it to come to that.
An investigation wouldn't hurt. Do you feel an attack is imminent?
I do. I've received some information from my sources that there could be elements of Ulan's house, House Lalu, already in Ravenrock.
And what has prevented you from acting on the information yourself?
Ravenrock is a small settlement, so it's hard to accomplish anything in secret. If any of them is from House Lalu,
I do wonder why we're talking about
to make a move without them
this here. Well, how can I help?
I had a feeling you'd be willing to listen to me. I need you to start out by being my eyes and ears. Search Ravenrock. See if you can root out these traitors. The best place to start would be Geldis Sadri, over at the Retching Netch Corner Club. If he provides you any leads, check them out before bringing them to my attention. Can't afford to make any mistakes.
I do all this, I hope I get a Thane. And what else could you tell me about House Halalu?
Traitors. The lot of them. Their collaboration with the Empire may have given them unrivaled political and economic strength, but their hearts weren't with the Dunmer people.
When you rebelled, you mean? I presume that was their downfall?
Lalu deserved every bit of hatred they received once the Empire released its grasp on Morrowind. Having past ties to the Empire immediately turned them into the scapegoat for the Dunmer people's suffering.
I'm wondering if the Dunmer rebelled or if they just asked to be let go.
They had welcomed the Empire with open arms and benefited from it. When everything was said and done, they were no longer recognized as a great house and were dismissed from the council.
That doesn't seem terribly evil, but I understand this would cause them to do something like they're doing. And you mentioned sources. Well, first, why do the Dunmer hate the Empire so much?
During the Oblivion Crisis, gates to the Plane of Oblivion opened all over Morrowind. The Empire pulled most of its forces out of Morrowind to deal with the gates in their own homeland, leaving us virtually defenseless. We had no standing army at the time, just uncoordinated.
Does seem rather dishonorable.
Resistance.
Seems like the Septums would have known better. Though perhaps, it could be said that, the cause and the way to stop it all from happening was in their own province, so it could have been justified even in a way. How did the Dunmer survive?
Redoran took charge and was slowly able to build an army. It took years, but it became a force to be reckoned with. When the Argonians invaded years later, House Redoran's army was able to prevent them from sweeping across all of Morrowind.
Which they did because the Dunmer had been enslaving them.
House Redoran literally saved the Dunmer people from destruction.
Well, you mentioned sources.
I maintain a few contacts in other Dunmer settlements across Tamriel. Most hail from House Redoran, but there are a few from other houses.
And why don't you ask them to investigate?
Most of my contacts live leagues away from Solstheim. Sending the occasional message back and forth is all we can manage, and sometimes takes months or more to arrive. However, any information we can glean in times like this, I consider vital to House Redoran's survival.
Very well. I'm curious as to how just his assassination would bring down the whole house, but... Okay, I can trust Galdus. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I think that is where we will take our leave for today. We've done a lot. We're about halfway through the next stage of the quest line for defeating Mirak. We gotta hit one more stone and also find out about Boulder, where he was dragged away to. And then we will hopefully be able to gain some more information about Mirak after talking to Skull. Tying them into giving Mirak some information, or if we can see if they can help us find another way out of the situation. We'll have to see. But that's going to be it for tonight. Thank you all so much for watching. We're going to head over and do a reaction segment now. But that is it for Skyrim. Honestly, a good place to stop, but I really got to go to the bathroom. So, convenient. Let's check this out first. No Freemasons, nice. It's always an interesting thing in sword design, whether they're designed to be straight up and down, or if they're designed to be held like this. You see the design here is on the pommel. Hold up. Let's make sure I'm scrolling all the way down. Yes, I will. Detroit Become Human, and also to SWOTOR. I think everyone is here, by the way. I see there's still quite a few people in chat. Also, I never found out about what people were talking about with the attic. I had to scroll down for my chat because it got froze all the way back up there. I'm just reading off of my OBS. Yeah. Freemasonry is an interesting thing. I'm not quite a conspiracy guy. I don't know how much I believe the more, you know, I guess the more fanciful, I guess the way to describe his stories, but I also try not to be judgmental of that either. I don't think use of pejorative when it comes to such things just because they seem far out is worthwhile, but I just don't know a lot about it. All I do know is that part of their official tenets is not liking us, and part of our catechism is not liking them. You're explicitly forbidden, so it does make sense, the dichotomy there. You're not allowed to be a Freemason and be Catholic. That is in the rulebook. But, yeah, so that explains that. We go down here. Yeah, this is interesting, because this is a sword clearly designed to be hung and not used, perhaps, because the shield is facing up that way. And the writing seems to go down the other. Very much like the hilt design. Seems pretty well made. I like the pommels, not too big, but big enough that, you know, they're meant to be used. The grip looks a good material. Not terribly oversized. Even the dagger, you know, it has a little bit bigger, so you have a little bit more grip. You want be able to grasp it as tightly as you possibly can, so with less space to take a jab forward, you have more force. Ooh, a ceremonial sword. This looks really epic. I like the points going up. Some swords have points going up the other way. I don't know. I've never liked it too much. That the curve with that gives a little bit of a weird profile to me, but I'm willing to live with that. And they haven't sacrificed any functionality, other than maybe a little bit in what you're gripping the hilt with, but it is a ceremonial sword. This isn't meant to be used, so they get a pass on that. This master ceremonial. More traditional crossguard, that would work, even though, you know, it's Not quite going to catch a blade as well without more going on the edges here. But that's fine. Most medieval longswords wouldn't really have that. Just this little bit there, can a little bit of curve can still be used. This ceremony, but actually it could even provide a little bit of reinforcement to the hilt's attachment to the blade. So I love that. The design's great. I love the burgundy with the gold. And the handle even looks functional. Interesting choice again. The guy on the horse, I don't know who that might be. Maybe St. George is facing the other way. Sword of St. Michael. Whew. I love it. I'm very interested in that. It's a... I know a good amount about swords, but not everything. I'm reluctant. Like, I'm going to call this falchion-esque without actually calling it straight up a falchion, because I don't know 100% that I'm correct in that. I'm interested in their reasoning and attributing that to St. Michael. St. George, pray for us indeed. He's awesome. I learned about him because he's the patron of scouting. That's where I learned about him. But also, warfighting saint. A knight himself. A scimitar would be a lot more curved. The scimitar is also solo-edged, but has a very distinct curved design. And if I remember correctly, it even is more like an apocryphal definition than anything specific. I think the individual swords might have names of their own, but scimitar just covers a broad category. Not sure. But I do like it. I like the design. I just probably would have gone for a double edge based on the symbolism for St. Michael. But maybe that actually makes sense, though. You know, angels are deliberately designed to be designed differently than humans, so it makes sense for him to be a little bit more single-minded, purpose-driven. Not as much of being a double-edged sword as black and white. You got one direction to attack, and that's it. And I can also actually, now that I'm thinking about it, it also makes more sense for an angel, right? Because you'd be presumably perhaps doing a swooping attack, and you're not, you don't really need the other side for that. Better to get more power, more weight behind the swing. Get a nice meaty single slash. Honestly, if you're doing that though, probably better to have a pull arm, or even better yet, something to drop. Here's a scimitar. We aren't going to look at all of these, but we'll just look over them, because I love swords. A chopper. I wonder who Maciejowski is. American Revolutionary Saber. Oh, heck yeah. I actually have a Civil War replica saber already. Unfortunately, it's Confederate, because that's all I was able to find. Yeah, it looks like looks like this. I would rather have a Union. It stops becoming justified fighting for your homeland when your homeland is not on the side of your heavenly one. It's interesting. This one's got a little bit more of a curve to it. I would argue a little bit better designed than just how straight this is. The Civil War Confederate saber looks like it's kind of dual purpose, maybe meant a little bit more for dueling than from actually use for horseback, which I suppose makes sense for a general. Pre-Civil War saber seems to be like a medium between the two of them. Star Wars makes me love a good saber, but Lionheart sword, that's what I was getting to next. Yeah, probably my favorite so far, other than I really like the Master Ceremonial Sword. I also love the Lionheart dagger. Some Latin engravings, yeah. I can look at that. Ooh, a bolo knife. Those are good. But I could actually, realistically get use out of a dagger, perhaps in a self-defense situation. Add that to a kit. Maybe not so much a sword in the modern day. Though one was used in World War II. Yeah, it's a little bit too far to read the engraving. Has been blessed by an ordained cleric. Huh. I wonder if that's because you're not allowed to sell a blessed sacramental or it loses its blessing, I believe. And it's certainly considered you're not supposed to do it. That came out of the indulgence scandal. They were not allowed to sell blessed objects. But I wonder if it's different because it's not like a sacramental is meant for the attainment of grace. This is meant for a distinct purpose and just so happens to be blessed. If they are as traditional and historical as they claim, I would expect them to know the answer to that. So we'll have to see. I'll ask a priest what the actual rule is for that. But I am all for having a weapon blessed. I think that's fine. Anything can be blessed. Everything should be blessed. I would hope a blessed sword would end up being used less. I do really like it. I don't like the pommel facing, pommel design facing the way it does, but I could live with that. This helmet's really cool. So is the war axe and the battle axe. I'm quite a fan of axes, as we've gone over, though the double-handed axe is both not very historical and not very useful. More of an aesthetic thing. Bowie knife. An army knife, those are cool. Gurkha. Respect an organization that knows how to respect its enemies. Gurkhas were Muslim soldiers who were notoriously deadly. Or no, I'm thinking of something else. They both begin with a G. So Gurkha might be from a different part of the world. I think that's right. I think Gurkhas were employed by maybe even the Italian army? Maybe the British. Probably the British. British probably conquered them. And they got special privileges for fighting for them. I'm interested. I would want to see a full picture because when they talk about the conical top, that's very important. If it's as flat as it looks here, that's very bad. Because if you get hit, like even, I'm very skeptical of them being able to have that edge and it not be a problem. Because when you hit that, now the entire force of the helmet is coming straight down onto your head. That can be very damaging. There's a reason this type of helmet phased out. Though not right away, so it's obviously not totally useless. Hand finished in Spain. Right next to Portugal, so maybe these guys are legit. Let's check out their history and then their ethos. This is all very interesting, but a story for another time, the full thing. I just want to see the coming over. We both banned him. Nice, you sprinkle your source in holy water. It is something, at least. I've done the same to my rifle. And other weapons, for the most part. ATV helmet. The ATV helmet looks like a sprung helmet. It's cool. Bernard of Clairvaux, familiar with him. He's a saint. There we go. The attack on them. So their official properties were transferred over to Spillators. So I'm guessing these guys aren't still official, or they would have mentioned it. Unless they have some other form of special recognition. Let's see if this is their explanation. I didn't know the Masons claimed to be the Templars. They have no affiliation with them. Very good. And how about a few others? Okay. To have things blessed, they must have some ecclesiastical approval, especially if they're doing ceremonies in, what was I thinking? In Jerusalem. But yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if the Masons try to co-opt the term either. Ethos, not history. They do have a rule. All good things. Believe in tolerance. This is Something important in the modern day to remember. Set some people at ease, I mean. I'll have to look more into them. I mean, they haven't been banned by any ecclesiastical. If they have a rule, they may even be associated with a bishop. But I just, to be myself be comfortable with recommending them, I would say I'd want to see that stamp. It's not entirely necessary. Not everything needs to be, you know, more power to them. But if they want to be an actual, what the Knights Templar were, well, I suppose the Templars weren't initially, they were initially just people doing it themselves, so judge them by their fruits. It's entirely plausible. I mean, I think they got a good thing going here if they really mean what they say. Yeah, I mean, all those are good things. Important to be more than a LARPer to espouse the same values. I don't hate it, and they don't need to be explicitly associated with the church as long as they are in communion. They kind of count. I wouldn't say they're the exact inheritors of the Templar name, but again, the Templars aren't always were, so maybe it would be fair. I just have to learn more. Okay, I think it just about covers everything, unless there's anything I missed in the armory. Pretty dang epic. Alrighty. Right, you have to see. The thing with the church is there's a shortcut to finding out if they practice what they preach. And sometimes, you know, we have a duty to pursue the truth ourselves. We shouldn't be entirely reliant, or also always, you know, shouldn't be entirely reliant upon someone from the church having to confirm something is true first before we're willing to be open to it. I'd even say in many cases that can be irresponsible. Sometimes the church can be slow, and sometimes if there's no cost to believing something to be true, but there's a benefit, we have to do our best. But don't know that really. Not sure that would apply in this case. If it's calling to you, pray about it, look into them. Just be responsible. And talk to a priest, at least a priest. If you can, but if not, trust God. But be as safe as you can. Alright. Let's see. Alright, so we do have some things in the meme shop. I think some people have not stopped going to Instagram. So we'll do a little bit of both. We did announce on stream that we were changing, but some people didn't watch that stream, so I should really send a message out in there saying we're not using it for this anymore. Let's start with Jeff, though. What Sandal sent?
Everyone's a pony, and they all eat rainbows and poop butterflies.
That's beautiful, Katie.
Very well done. Got you, got you. Hype beard. Woo! I'm excited. I don't know. No, I did react to those. Okay. I love Jeff.
Everyone's a pony, and they all eat rainbows and poop butterflies.
That's exactly it. They are monsters. I love Jeff. I will never stop defending that. Is this? I think this is where we had to cut off. Because we looked at that one, but not this one. They're everywhere now. They really are. He's just everything. Oh my god. What the fuck even? Okay, I don't eat. Whatever. Oh, we've seen this. Okay. I don't get the other one enough for this to be a deep meaning, but I do find that amazing. Oh no, we have seen some of these. I just missed one, I guess. Which one got out of hand? Was there music? I can't hear the music. I should have these.
Throws it down. There's Middleton.
They do go hard. It's like an MMA match whenever these guys get in. UFC stuff. Or more like, honestly, maybe more like... Oh. Ouch. Yeah, dang. That does hit deep. What am I thinking? WWE. Even though it's staged, like it's that level of drama. There's so many questions and so few answers. Why is he dressed as a banana? Why did he take his pants off? Why is he so invested? I don't understand.
We're not going back to the past where women had no rights.
Who sent this? Okay. I don't really care.
Thank you, Squirrel
Seemed
Friend.
like it was going to be political, and that is not within our terms of service, so bad.
Thank you, Squirrel Friend. Your soft, cushy body helped absorb the force of his blow. Now for my part of the bargain. Thank you, Squirrel Friend. Your soft, cushy body helped absorb...
Oh my god, that's awful. It's also fantastic. Wow. That's not wrong, though. Oh, we have the same meme. Oh no. He just routinely gets this now. Or maybe it's from earlier. Oh, maybe he wasn't reacting to the sports game the first time either. But yeah, that will be everyone with the NCAA. I don't get that either. What's a YNS? regarding the earlier thing that I disliked, I want to clarify, I don't care about the meme, not what the meme is saying. Politics are important, people. I don't, not even that I don't care about the meme. It's that I don't care to watch the meme. Wording's important. Oh, Oblivion. This is perfect for today.
I'm Rena Bruyant. I love dogs. Doesn't everyone? Bye. What?
Oh.
Let's see if we can't find those mountain lions.
Welcome. If you wish to talk, it is really no trouble at all. I'll not have anything to do with you. Be gone.
Snow. We need more snow. Can't have enough snow.
Indeed.
Oh my god. Dude. For all that Skyrim had good, it's not as memeable. Oblivion NPCs were just perfect. They didn't need to change. I don't think it knows what to do with itself. Or is it dead? Is it okay? Sad monk. But that's given on a normal day.
Bola no chão não, hein, juizão. Olha aí, tocou pro bola. Olha o bola, dá ligada. Olha o bola. Não, pô. Olha aí, a equipe do Pânico ainda tá resistindo. Olha só, Edu. Olha o Gui Santana, parece uma carreta desgovernada. Olha o bola. Nossa!
Is that what's actually going on here?
Olha aí, sozinha, é só fazer. Olha aí, de baixo. Cruz a noite. Vai lá, garoto. Segura a bronca. Olha aí, ó.
They're straight up fighting now. Oh, these ones usually hit pretty hard.
The red are the executives that are Jewish at these.
Fuck me, dude. That is actually how it goes, though. They hyperfixate on one thing, and sometimes it's not always for the best.
What happened to my support? What happened to my team? What happened to everybody? What happened to my support? What happened to my team? What happened to everybody? What happened to my...
That's so sad. But it's also me every match. Oh, God, that's so sad.
Look at the muscles on you. Look at the muscles.
No one else
on
reacts either. I think that's a good one to end on too, because that we started and ended with Elder Scrolls. So we want to have more to react to later on. Oh my god! I just glanced at that one. What do you guys do? Why? There's always one. This is... You did add that to Discord? Did I miss it? Oh, heck yeah, we have some here. Thank you, thank you. I'll look at those since you just did that. Where was that one on Discord? Did I miss it? Sure. But, oh my god. That's just the Sonic thing over again. It's just the Sonic. There's always something like that. Wash my mouth now with soap. Or more so, my heart. My eyes need bleach. I don't know what to say. Where did this even come from? And why? But it's definitely POV sandals. Okay, consider me bleached. This is wonderful. This is what I want to see, people. This is what I want to see. That is amazing. Incredible. Prior makes me hate life. This makes me love life. He is trying so hard, but I don't. We'll have to ask Sandals if this is really how it works. I love it's just a photoshopped image of baldness onto a guy with hair too, I think. I think that's gray over there. Is the idea that, like, the guy has no hair, so it just, like, falls on his scalp instead of in his hair, and that's, like, a split second. Is that Bill Nye? I don't think so. His face doesn't look quite right. It does look like him, though. I'm sorry, I'm just processing this statement. I smell the rain. But you're actually correct. That is, you can sense that kind of stuff is coming before you do, if you're used enough to it. Especially if you live in a state where it really much changes the humidity in the air. I don't know if smell would be the right word, but it's certainly one of the senses involved in that. Meant for each other. What the fuck? What? I think that's my favorite one of the day. Don't ask me why, but I just... Why is this even a thing? Someone just like, what if that became a liquid? And then they made it happen. Wait, the legs? Oh, I didn't even notice. Oh my god. Oh, man. And then their legs are just... Wait, where are their legs even in the trash? Just like strewn next to it. What even the fuck, dude? This is absolutely how it works, by the way. One of the few things Minecraft could do better. Or maybe it does it right, you know? When you're fighting, you need to be reminded there is hope. Not everything needs to match. Sometimes contrast is the name of the game. And sometimes you get too comfy when you're looking for diamonds. You make a mistake, you find yourself digging into a cave and getting shellacked. Keep you on your toes. That's amazing. I was more thinking them being in the trash and them being trashy human beings have problems with their lower halves. We'll leave it at that. Minecraft music hits so hard, dude. Oh my god. I need more Minecraft in my life. I can't wait for this new server we're making with Jay, Silverback, and I have all been talking about this big idea. I forget who I've told about it, but it's like every streamer gets an island, basically. And they team up with their community to build like a little civilization there. And they go through like different periods of PvP, PvE, co-op, in different like seasons, kind of like, you know, a game like Fortnite will have, where also, what the fuck, I just, your favorite MILF, the fuck, sorry, that just caught me very off guard. Oh yes, absolutely. that is the one thing that's where, that's where creative tools come so much into play. When you want to build something like that, yeah. The only thing that can get you to this is if you have other stuff to do while you're getting there. You need your friends and other stuff engaged in the world. And that's kind of what we're talking about with this idea. It goes through seasons where there's like, another season, an overworld invasion, kind of stuff like that, where in each of those, it goes through those 3 phases: co-op, PvE, and PvP. And at the end, after you've made like your full civilization, gone through all those things, we kind of have each duke it out. And throughout, like, people get rewards for doing stuff like subbing and so on and so forth. So I'm really excited for that. Alright, well, let's see. Is anyone else live right now? I just want to shout them out before I go. Shout out as well to our sponsor, Raid Shadow Legends. Probably heading over, playing some of that this Thursday. Jay's live. He was playing Repo. I don't know what he's playing right now, but he's playing something, I think. He's still alive, so check that out for sure. And I think Eli is live as well. Maybe even playing with Jay. And absolutely shout them out. Recommend that. If you're looking not quite ready to go to bed, want to continue with your night, got one more meme. No worries. I am eager to see it. Fucking savage. Just leading him to his doom. I'm assuming he's gonna ask, was I a good person? Just like, no. Walking him to the oblivion that is the end. Rest in end. Rest in bed? Yes. Anyone wants to rest in bed. You could rest in bed and watch other streams though. Big brain. While you're falling asleep. Now, screens are good for you when you're trying to go to bed. Some people need it, I get that, but do what you can to break free of that. Alrighty. Thank you for that. I wish I could react better. I'm just in a stink today. Part of it's my gut's really been acting up while we've been on stream. But it is a good meme. It is a good meme. Alrighty. Thank you all so much for watching. I appreciate everyone sticking it out today. I'm so glad to have seen Jorb again. That was awesome. I'm also very grateful for Hills popping in at the end, for Century for being here this whole time, and for everyone else who came out tonight. It was good to see Kaylin and Gibbon even came in at some time, even though I still never found out what the attic was all about. And I will. Thank you very much. I know you all take care of yourselves too. Right back at you, Hales. And yeah, as always, everyone. Well, first I'll just say real quick what's yeah, I appreciate the lurk very, very much. I'll shout out what going on this week. Tomorrow we should be doing more Rivals and maybe returning to Overwatch because they got some new stuff going on. I think Trent will be back with us. And maybe next week we'll be doing that in Helldivers. This week I think we're doing Raid, and I'm not sure what we'll be doing for the second half. It'll be kind of flexible to be determined on the day. Actually, I think we might be doing Skyrim Daily with Todd if we can figure it out. We talked about that. Next Thursday, I know I want to start Crusader Kings again with Gibbon as our second half of Raid. Friday's also TBD. We'll definitely be doing stuff with the Tavern that day, and also some community stuff as well. So keep an eye out for that. Also, remember that discussion segments coming up are in Discord. You can have to scroll up a little bit now in the club chat for it, but they're there. We'll try to keep it that schedule. Let's hope I'm up to it. Alright. As always, everyone, God bless, Godspeed, and good night. Oh, you'll be gone next week. I forgot about that. When saying that. Yeah, no, that's so sad. Oh, we have to do Helldivers this week then. We absolutely do before you go. Or whatever you want to do, Sentry, that's what we'll do after Overwatch. And we'll let you decide tomorrow. All the time you need to think about it. We can talk then about me getting to your graduation as well, because I still want to do that. Thank you as well very much for your service. Alright. Now with that, have a good night, everyone. Take care of yourselves. Love you all.